Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me for more of this. And I hope you'll all forgive the delay between streams. As some of you might recall, I had a couple of promises to viewers that I needed to attend to, and also some errands I needed to run. But now that all of that is done, at least for the moment, we are back to Murder on Eridanos. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone who has just been rolling in. What am I gonna do with you, man? Get out. Go get some lunch. Alright. Well, let's dive right back in, because you guys know me, and it would be very easy for me to just sit here on the title screen and catch up with all of you for the next half hour or 45 minutes. So let's take care of that. I am somewhat disappointed to see that, the load times on PS5 for this game are just as long as on PS4. Cannoli oil? Okay, who... I feel like you're somebody who changed their username. I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat here. Have a good one, D. Take care. Maybe reconsider your life choices a little bit with those dad jokes. Oh, Cannoli, you were Sam Golder on the previous username? Or is there another Sam that I'm forgetting about? There's a dare by your friend... No, different Sam. Okay. Alright, Cannoli. Well, oh, Alnatak! Okay. I see. Well, my condolences to you on losing a bet. Somehow I wondered if it was because you'd lost a bet. Oh, wait, no, a dare. I'm sorry. Yes, the Delta. The Outer Worlds is a title by Obsidian, and it's by the original people who worked on the first couple of Fallout games. So, Leonard Boyarsky, Tim Kaine, it's that group of people. Josh Sawyer, John Gonzalez. And it's that team. And honestly, the Delta, the gameplay's not bad. It's, if you imagine a Fallout game, like a newer Fallout game, imagine New Vegas, where you can only play in first person rather than third, which to me is kind of a shame because I prefer to play these games in third person. But it's that sort of game, and the gameplay, I mean, it's not exceptional, it's not revolutionary or groundbreaking, but it's definitely not bad. You know, the gameplay is firmly, solidly all right. And the writing, I would say, is much better than all right. I mean, the writing is the main thing that these sorts of games by Obsidian are known for, so... Well, that's what I'm driving at, Delta, is... It's not the kind of super awesome gameplay that you would get out of, I don't know, Cyber Shadow, or something that's really focused on the movement or the combat or anything like that, but I feel like this is more of a story-driven game with an incidental first-person combat system. But the combat doesn't generally hurt anything about the game, and all things considered, I think it works out reasonably well, so... Oh, very good! Delta, just bear in mind, we're at the end of... Well, in fact, we're in the post-game now, sort of. This is the second DLC. And it only becomes accessible very late in the game, so... I've basically beaten the main game and the first DLC already. And now we have essentially an endgame crew, endgame equipment, endgame skills, perks, and all of that. So, just be aware that there are essentially spoilers everywhere, Delta, if you were planning on trying out the game yourself. I mean, if you were to start a new game in the Outer Worlds at this point in the stream, it would take you a really long time to catch up to the stuff that you're going to be getting spoilers for here. But, just to forewarn you. Okay, Delta, I just wanted to make sure that you have all the forewarning you need, just in case you cared about spoilers. Rolls, I see you've been studying up on matcha. No worries, Cannoli. Thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you even just coming in to say hi. Take care of yourself, and I will catch you next time. Yeah, I want to make sure that I give everybody an opportunity to dip out if people are going to, in order to avoid spoilers. Oh, you did, Rolls! Which grade of the matcha did you go for? Did you end up going with the mid-grade, like the thick grade? The Senju no Mukashi. Okay, excellent. I think you'll be very pleased with that, Rolls. You really don't need the ceremonial grade unless you're entertaining... First of all, unless you're entertaining important guests, but second of all, and rather more to the point, unless you're entertaining guests who actually know what matcha is and appreciate the higher grades. Because if you're just having the average American guest over who's never had matcha before in their life, they're not going to know the difference between the Jobetsugi and the Unjo no Tomo. You know, they won't be able to tell. The only reason you would spring for the expensive stuff is to impress somebody who knows what it is. Let's see, Rolls. What is that? Oh, actually, Rolls, I was about to say... In fact, I was actually about to pull up a listing on Amazon for a matcha bowl to recommend one to you, but it looks like you're a step ahead of me on that. I will say, Rolls, that if you're interested, the one that you linked is perfectly fine. It's perfectly serviceable, and it's a good deal. However, if you decide that you want to get any further into matcha, or you want to have an extra matcha bowl or two on hand for friends, they're called chawan matcha bowls. You can get some just absolutely gorgeous handmade ones that are crafted in Japan at small pottery studios. If you just look through that search, you'll see some examples. And if you decide that you want to pick up a couple more at any point, you might look into some that are a little bit more, I don't know, personal. Because the generic manufactured ones are perfectly alright, but they don't tend to have as much personality. Whereas the more unique ones... Exactly, Delta. The more unique ones... often they're one of a kind, because they're not made by any pattern, and they're crafted entirely by hand, so each one will have a slightly unique shape, a slightly unique color pattern, because they're not painted by machines according to preset colors or patterns or anything like that. They're all done by hand. So yours will be totally different from everyone else's. And that's just something to think about if you really want to dive down the rabbit hole when it comes to matcha. Well, Delta, I'm sure that's little enough of my influence and just a function of the things that I'm interested in. Rolls, I recommend, rather than putting ice in your matcha, because ice will dilute it, if you're going to make matcha and you want it chilled, what I would do first off is prepare some matcha hot and then chill it in the refrigerator. Or if you absolutely want it with ice, make some matcha, pour the matcha into an ice cube tray, and freeze it into ice cubes. And then when it's properly frozen, make some more matcha. Chill that in the refrigerator. And then take your matcha ice cubes and... I mean, you can put them in whole, but I would recommend crushing them so that they're a little bit finer. And then that way, as they melt, they will not dilute your matcha with water. It will preserve the flavor. Well, Rolls, there is such a thing as matcha latte. I think that's something that Starbucks invented. Or someone, anyway, relatively recently came up with it in an attempt to combine matcha with something that would be more suited to Western tastes. I will say, however, Rolls, that even in Japan, sweets made with matcha have become very popular. And let me give you an idea of what exactly I'm talking about here. So, rolls. Hello, Marisad. Hello, Plus on Black. Have a look at this, rolls. Some of these originated in Japan, and others were adapted from Japanese cuisine, modern Japanese cuisine, mind you, by other countries. So what you're looking at here is various types of cakes and pastries that use matcha. And in addition, another really popular one is this. You will frequently see parfaits made with matcha if you go to various cafes or coffee shops or sometimes bakeries in Japan. They'll serve something like this. Oh, no, Delta, they're not. You might think that based on the taste of regular green tea or even that of matcha, but they use enough sugar to offset the bitterness of the matcha, so it retains a little bit of its bitterness even through the sweetness, but it's really a very balanced flavor, and at least the ones that you get in Japan I can personally vouch for, because I've had some of the ones in Japan. They don't tend to use as much sugar in those as they use in the ones in the West, because Japan is not quite so addicted to sugar as a lot of Western countries are, although unfortunately they're well on their way, no thanks to Western influence. So, the flavor of those, at least if they're the sort that you get in Japan, it's not too bitter, and it's also not too sweet. It's usually a really good balance. No, Delta, not as much as you'd think. Believe it or not, it doesn't take much. It just takes a little bit of fresh cream and a pinch of sugar in the pastries in order to offset the bitterness of the matcha. And frankly, it doesn't take a tremendous amount of matcha to add the matcha flavor to those things. You'd have to try them in order to properly understand how the flavor shakes out, Delta. But I can personally vouch for the fact that they're not too sweet compared to Western sweets, and the bitterness from the matcha does not overwhelm them. Marasat, in my personal opinion, even though I'm not a coffee drinker, I think the combination of matcha and coffee is not great. It's two competing flavors, really. Whereas the combination of matcha and baked goods, on the other hand, especially matcha and like whipped cream, that kind of thing, or matcha and what otherwise might be like a blonde cake or a lighter sort of pastry, that tends to work much better. Because in a lot of those cases, they treat matcha the same way that a Western baker would treat cinnamon, you know? They shake a little bit of cinnamon into the dough or over the top when the product is finished, and it adds some flavor and some aroma, but not to the point where you're overpowered. So Delta, think of it that way. Think of matcha in those sorts of things as being used in the same way that a baker would use cinnamon. Oh, Dragon, it's not as crazy as people make it sound. If you've ever had regular green tea, matcha is basically just that, but with a little bit more texture. Nah, Dragonab, it's no more bitter than any other kind of tea. And if you're in India, as I know you are, and you're used to drinking black tea, the bitterness of matcha is not going to be any more bitter than a strong Assam. Oh, well, if you like green tea, it's basically, it's green tea, just with a little bit more body and richness and texture to it, Dragonab. It's almost like a sort of a creamy tea, except that it doesn't actually have any cream in it. The creaminess comes from the fact that you're drinking the entire leaf, which has been finely powdered, and it adds a little bit of volume to the tea. But other than that, it's absolutely not any more bitter than regular green tea, and certainly not any more bitter than an Assam black tea. Dragonab, ideally, you would have a whisk and a matcha bowl, but you don't really need those things. What you're going to need to do, if all you have is a regular mug to drink it in, then you'll add the powder to your mug of hot water slowly, and you need to whisk it. And if you don't have an actual matcha whisk, the best way to whisk it is just with a fork. So, Dragonab, let me get you a video. Because there's, here we go. So, Dragon, here. Use that as reference. Alright, Rolls, let's see. Oh, Indian spice. I'm guessing this is probably something similar to masala chai. Yeah, okay, cardamom. Yes, alright, I see. Well, Delta, you've probably only seen people drink masala chai. That's what you're describing, is black tea with milk and spices. Delta, yes, I'm not even Indian, and I can tell you that your country is one of the leading producers of black tea, in fact. Most of it comes from the Assam region, or the best regarded comes from the Assam region. Here, Delta. Whoops. Delta, you'll have to delete the closed brackets off that link. I accidentally fat-fingered it, but yeah. Check it out. Ah, excellent, Nightshade. Oh, very good, Rolls. I'm really glad you enjoyed the Earl Grey. Did you end up mixing in a little bit of Lapsang? Yeah, Dragonab, I understand that that preparation of tea is really, really popular throughout India. And actually throughout other parts of of that part of the world anyway as well. Rolls, it's interesting that you perceive it as the flavor of bacon. It's not. I promise you, Lapsang Souchong doesn't have any bacon in it. The reason it has that flavor, Rolls, is because it's prepared through a fairly unique process where the tea leaves are dried and smoked over pine branches. And that's where they get that distinctive, really, really powerful smoky flavor. Yeah, Rolls, I have a tin of Lapsang Souchong that whenever I make Earl Grey, I use 1 scoop of the Lapsang to like 5 or 6 scoops of Earl Grey. And that, I find, is just about the right balance. No, I know what you mean, Delta. People buy the black tea and mix in their own spices, right? I get it. Yeah, Rolls, it is. I find that that's a really good combination of flavors. And then, if you want to get a little bit fancier, you can replace 2 or 3 scoops of the Earl Grey with a scoop or 2 of, like, a jasmine tea or Chinese black teas. Oh, welcome back, Section 8. Yeah, Rolls, it combines very well with pretty nearly any black or some oolong teas as well. Hello, Azrael. Oh, I never got kickback from any of those codes, Section 8. I only posted them so that you guys would have discounts. But actually, they are currently running a promotion where everything on their website is 20% off. So if you go there and enter the code that it shows you on their website, Section 8, you'll just get a flat 20% off. Yeah, Delta, exactly. And then I think sugar is a popular addition to that as well. Usually people seem to add Demerara sugar. All right, Section 8. Lost in the Sauce. That's a new one. Dragonab, the fruit itself, the bergamot orange, is extremely, extremely bitter. Technically, it's edible, but it's so bitter that you wouldn't want to eat it. And that's why people use the oil or the juice as an ingredient in cooking or in drinks, rather than just eating it plain. So, you can eat a bergamot, and it won't kill you, but it'll just make your face pucker up. Yeah, Rolls, Hojicha isn't the kind of tea that you would want to sweeten ever, really. And Earl Grey can handle it. Earl Grey can handle a little bit of sugar, but... Hello, Katamai. Welcome. Alright, so... let's fast travel to the entrance of the hotel. Well, Delta, sometimes it's an acquired taste. Sometimes it's an inherited taste. In my case, it was inherited. My parents both come from Europe, and both come from countries in Europe that have fairly strong cultures of drinking tea. And so both of them were big tea drinkers when I was a kid, as a result of which I ended up being exposed to it very early. And my mother, when I was very young, she would make it more palatable for me by adding honey to it, or adding sugar to it, or, you know, something along those lines. But as I got a little bit older, I developed a taste for it without sweeteners. Section 8 loose leaf mostly because it's the most cost-effective and economical. And also, loose leaf is better because if you're brewing it with a strainer where you've got room for as much or as little tea as you want, you can make yourself 1 cup if you only feel like having 1 cup, or you can brew a whole pot if you want a whole pot. Well, Delta, inherited taste is something that you're exposed to from a very young age, whereas, at least in my view, an acquired taste is something that you just stumble across, and you try it a few times, and maybe you don't like it at first, but it grows on you over time. Rolls, I knew it was going to happen. I tried, but I knew it. Alright, we need to get into room A2.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
And I think... Okay, so I guess I was doing this wrong the whole time. I ended up actually going to look this up, because I was scratching my head on it and absolutely bloody couldn't figure it out for the life of me. And it turns out there's some sort of visual bug here that, it makes you think you need a key card, and it makes it look like the discrepancy is inside the room, but actually I guess this is what you have to do.
Inspector, I've detected a structural anomaly within a 0.8 meter radius of this locked door.
Where's a nearby open vent when you need one? Does the door have a weak point? Should I try to smash through it? That floor panel, it doesn't quite fit.
Very astute, Inspector. This floor panel appears to be slightly shorter than regulation length.
About 1/3 of a mil— oh, someone's been tampering.
Now generating randomized flattery table. Well done, Inspector. What sharp oculars you possess. This floor panel is 0.3 millimeters shorter than regulation length, suggesting unauthorized modification.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Underneath the loose floor panel is a slightly dirty keycard for room A2. Oh, well... Uh-oh. Yeah, I thought so. Parasite spawnling. This large worm-like creature spits a sticky acid that causes damage over time. Has acquired taste for boars. What the? Oh, it teleported.
That's the last of them.
Yeah, I figured as much. Jeez. Hello, Q. Welcome.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay. Light assault rifle Mark III. Well,
I'll keep quiet.
here's this guy. He's super dead. It looks like that parasite got him. Well, Q, depending upon your preferences, it might take a little while to pick up. Ammo everywhere.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Well, hell.
Analysis confirms this is Evan O'Connell. Analysis also confirms he is dead.
No kidding, the man had a giant slug crawling on him.
Per additional study of this body's skeletal structure, the cause of death was head trauma.
Are you telling me he wasn't killed by giant murder slugs?
That is correct. Evan was not killed by Eridanium gigaseus. However, Eridanium gigaseus do appear to be responsible for the early decomposition of this body's surface tissue.
So what did kill him?
Further analysis indicates Evan's fatal injuries were sustained from blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, and his head collided with the ground.
How would I recommend a person who's not very fond of bitter stuff in general to prepare their black tea? Twilight, I have, but I'm not fond of boba. I do not like tapioca pearls in my tea. They just, it's such an incongruous texture. I never did like it. The Delta, as for your question, there are a couple of different methods. Oh, very good, Q. I'm glad that you're able to continue doing something that's fulfilling for you. The Delta, first of all, if you're not fond of bitter stuff, you can add a little bit of sugar to your black tea. Not a lot, you don't have to go nuts. But sometimes even just a tiny bit of sugar can help round out the bitterness and make it a little bit more palatable. Another thing you can do is not brew your tea so long. You can brew it for a shorter time or at a lower temperature. And doing that will help to avoid drawing out so many of the tannins, which are the bitter compounds in the tea, when you steep it. So you can reduce the brewing time or temperature, you can add sugar, or you can choose a type of black tea that does not have such an astringent flavor. And if you want some recommendations for that, I can give you some. I've had some black teas that are really, really smooth and not very acidic at all. And I can make some suggestions, although I don't know what you're going to be able to get in India. I don't know what the local tea market is like, but if you can find stuff there that's similar to the recommendations I have to offer, that might help as well. Oh, she did, Twilight. What did she think? You two are still on vacation, right? So I'm guessing you went to an Asian restaurant to try it. That's correct, Delta, and if you want to try something a little bit more extreme, although it's also kind of a fun experiment, Delta. Let me get you a link. Let me get you a link to something a little bit unusual. I'm not a scientist, but I am fond of science. And there is some very interesting science behind these. You can, if you want to temporarily turn off your ability to taste bitter flavors altogether, Delta, you can choose to use something like this. And those are little candies, little tablets made from a fruit called miracle berry, which when you coat your tongue with them, They basically contain an enzyme that binds to the receptor sites on your tongue for bitter and sour flavors, and they prevent those receptor sites from being activated by flavors that otherwise would activate them. So they basically temporarily numb your ability to taste bitter flavor profiles. So if you put one of those miracle berry caplets in your mouth and suck on it for a little while till it dissolves, and then you eat something bitter, such as if you put a slice of lemon in your mouth, you won't taste the bitterness. All you'll taste is the sweet and the other flavor profiles of that food. And I know for a fact that this works because I tested it on my occupational therapy class in university. And I'll tell you, it was funny watching everybody's jaws hit the floor when I handed out a piece of this candy to everyone, didn't tell them what it was, just told them to put it under their tongue and suck on it for a little while till it dissolved. And then I went around the class and handed them a plate of different sour foods and had them taste each one. And one by one, my classmates' heads exploded as they went around the room trying these sour foods that suddenly no longer had any sour flavor to them. So this works as well, the Delta, if you want to go this route. Actually, Dark Rolls, that was back in 2015, to be precise. Honestly, now that I think about it, it was probably closer to 2013 or 2014. Because that would have been back when I was in university. Hello, Valukas, welcome! Yeah, Delta, I was going to say, I don't know if you can get those in India. And it was a bit of a long shot no matter what, but... Alright, check for signs that Evan was drunk.
Respiratory analysis concludes Evan was not intoxicated at time of death.
Okay, check for signs of foul play.
There are traces of blood on Evan's hands, Inspector.
Yeah, the Delta, I would recommend either, again, reduce your brewing time or temperature. You could try cold brewing, although I've gotten mixed results with cold brewing, and it really seems to depend on what sort of tea you use with it. But one or the other of those should help reduce the bitterness. Okay, Twilight. Yeah, personally, it's the texture of bubble tea that I don't like. The flavors are usually alright, but... It's always good to try something at least once so that you know whether you like it. Whose blood?
Analysis concludes this blood is human, type A. Medical records indicate Evan O'Connell's blood is type O.
I'd bet money Amelia is type A.
Medical records indicate Amelia Stillwell's blood is indeed type A. Great work, Inspector.
I think it's time for another chat with Miss Stillwell. I'm doing great at this whole inspector thing. Alright, so this guy got in a fight with Amelia Stillwell. That's a lot of blood, though. So, he got in a fight with Amelia, He was brought back here and put to bed. And then a parasite, I guess, must have gotten in and scared him, and he slipped and fell. Oh, welcome back, Q. Hate when that happens. Hello, Sagari. No, Dark Rolls, I've never played any of the Parasite Eve games. Amelia was one of the last people to see Evan alive. Questioning her could reveal there's more to this sad story. Okay. Yes, let's, actually... is which here? Amelia Stillwell, okay. Oh, that's fantastic, Twilight! Hot springs in an Asian restaurant? Are you actually in Japan? Twilight, I thought you said you were in America right now.
Hey, Inspector.
I found Evan's body in room A2. He's dead.
You're kidding! Evan's dead? That doesn't... I don't understand. Was it the alcohol? Oh, law! I thought he'd sleep it off. He seemed fine when I left.
Amelia, I know something bad happened to you in A2. I want to help.
You won't believe me if I tell you.
I found giant slugs on Evan's body. This case is already unbelievable. Oh, actually... I don't know. I'm kinda dumb. I'll believe a lot. I'm a recently thawed relic from a ship of lost colonists. Try me.
You what? Well, shit. Maybe you will believe me. I walked Evan to A2, like I said. And then, out of nowhere, he just came at me. One minute he's laughing and yelling about sharing his joy, and the next, he's choking the life out of me. Grinned the whole time he was trying to kill me, too.
How'd you get away?
Dumb luck, I guess. I got a good hit in, threw him off, and ran like hell. If I'd known the fall killed him, I don't know. I should have told someone.
Oh, Little Rock. Okay. Twilight, I'm sorry. When you said Hot Springs, I didn't realize you meant Hot Springs, Arkansas. Because we're sitting here talking about Asian restaurants and hot springs. When I hear hot springs, I thought, oh, Twilight went to an onsen with his wife. I forgot that there was a town called Hot Spring. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. I've got a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
I found slugs on Evan's body. Big ones. Any idea what the hell that's about?
I can't help you there.
If Evan was a victim in all this, we owe it to him to find out what happened. Oh, can't or won't. Spacer's Choice is thinking of modeling a new weapon based on my oh, great. I don't have enough Intimidate.
Have you been to Purpleberry Orchards, Inspector? Awfully nice out there. You should visit.
Ah, okay. What are you... Oh. Thanks for the tip.
Anytime.
Why didn't you tell anyone Evan attacked you?
Because Evan would never attack anyone. I barely believe he attacked me, and I was there. Guess it shook me up pretty good. Evan's always been a total sweetheart. I don't get it.
Well, Twilight, I can appreciate that. You said Evan was drunk, but I didn't find any alcohol in his system.
Law, this is making less and less sense. I didn't actually see him drink, if that's what you're asking. Just seemed like the logical explanation, considering how weird he was acting.
Weird how?
Real energetic, but also totally out of it. He was grinning like a fool the whole time, even when he attacked me.
Hey, Lord Louise! Okay, so those parasites are responsible for this, then. How are you holding up?
I don't know. The whole thing shook me up something fierce, but I'm still here. I'm upset. Angry at Evan. Sad about him being... you know... Scared folks won't believe me. I'm not much for math, so I couldn't tell you how that averages out. But thanks for asking. I can't help you there.
Let's see. If Evan was a victim in all this, we owe it to him to find out what happened.
Have you been to Purpleberry Orchards, Inspector? Awfully nice out there. You should visit. Well, think it over.
All right.
So, what happens now, Inspector?
I'm not here to get you in trouble. I just want to untangle this web.
Fair enough. I just wish I could understand why he did what he did. Evan is... he was my friend. Or I thought he was. I don't know. I hope you're able to make more sense of this than I can, Inspector.
Well, I think I'm beginning to unravel things. Now we just need to report to... what's-her-name? Okay, Twilight, good luck! Enjoy whatever it is you end up getting to eat.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
So, it seems as though those parasites are capable of some form of mind control, and... they make people happy but also homicidal.
Inspector, you find my missing man?
Yeah, about that. He's kinda dead.
Shit. That's fucking inconvenient. What happened?
He attacked Amelia Stillwell, who unintentionally killed him in self-defense.
No shit. I gotta tell you, Evan's never been written up for so much as an impolite look. He attacked her? You sure?
I'm satisfied she's telling the truth.
Damn. Okay.
Also, Evan was covered in slugs when I found him.
That's unusual, but I don't see how that factors in.
Me either, but I intend to find out.
Good for you. That's a nice go-getter attitude you got there. I hope you do figure it out, but my involvement ends here. I gotta figure out who the fuck's replacing Evan. We're short-staffed as it is. A new day, a new pain in my ass.
Alright, well, she doesn't seem to want to talk about the slugs either. Huh? Did I get a, get a level up? I can't. I think I'm open the menu. No, I didn't. Alright, well, first things first. Let me go drop some stuff off. I'm actually kind of curious.
You're adjusting before you pull. You're anticipating it.
Of course I'm anticipating it. What if I shoot a friend on accident?
That's on account of your stance. You want to lean into it. Embrace it. Work with it. You're in control here, Parvati, not the gun. Don't let a hunk of metal jerk you around. You've been around powerful machinery all your life. You're always in control, right?
I guess that's kind of like when the filler's shooting 600 cans of near molten cell tuna down the conveyor while I'm trying to tune a belt.
Here, stand like me. Just so. Hip square. Lean forward a little. It's just equipment. You're just an engineer using it. Ah! Okay. We'll try again later. You'll get it. I promise. Uh-oh.
Alright. Tinker. Right, so... that. Must say, I'm less than impressed. I'm not familiar, Azrael. I don't know, Vec Machine. I think this was Obsidian's attempt at doing something like Fallout New Vegas. Or at least something along similar lines of quality. Yeah, okay. Actually, I wonder if there's any point in upgrading the discrepancy amplifier. I doubt it. So let's see. Parvati. Hammer 650. We give her Thunderclap. 891. Okay. That is definitely better. Hmm. $711, $652. Huh. 1148. 444 in his hands. Yeah, it just seems like Deadeye Assault Rifle 3. Hang on, which one do I have? Deadeye Assault Rifle 2. Special Effect Execute. When did they add that? I don't remember that. Looks like maybe I can finally... sake. No, I don't want... I've forgotten how to even... So, Whisper Quiet Muzzler, Mag to Melt. Alright, Deadeye Assault Rifle 3, okay. This is... Whisper Quiet Muzzler, yes. And magazine, mag to ray, mag to power, mag to zap. Okay, well that doesn't help. 171. Mag to power. Superheats bullets which explode into plasma when fired. Uses the magazine and its ammo with N-rays. Which in hard mode is just a great way to get killed. I guess we'll go with mag to power for now until I can get another corrosive mod. Because as neat as the N-ray might seem, the minute you attack an enemy in super hard mode, they just immediately run up to you and start chewing on your face. So if you hit them with N-rays, you end up just damaging yourself. The Frigidator, Exacto Sight, post-armor damage dealt plus 15%. Okay. Tinker. There we go, and that'll be much better than trying to build up one of these. Back to melt. Now hang on, because there was a... I believe there was an ability which... Engineering... will become pristine. Break down weapons and armor. Virtuoso. Inserting a new mod has a 50% chance of recovering the existing mod. Okay. So who has engineering skill? Ellie? Wade, sneak, and lockpick. Yoka has lie, sneak, and medical. Body has engineering. Okay, so Ellie and Parvati. Take care, Dragon. Have a good one. Oh, hello, breakfast. Yes, I pay breakfast so much. Alright, I think there was a workbench somewhere around here. Yes, here we go. So now what am I looking at for engineering? 121. Adjusted skill value. I would need 24 points. No, 29. I don't think I can get that from equipment. Dialogue, skills, leadership, stealth. Lockpick, defense. Movement speed and tactical time dilation, handguns. Alright, well that's not going to be enough. Okay, then. There. Breakdown. So we can break down this. 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 That. Okay. There you go. Hello, Nightshade. I don't know if I said hi to you. If I didn't, I'm sorry. And hello, Venny. Welcome. Venny, I think Rolls is all set to go. I just spent pretty much an entire evening helping him set up his software and giving him hardware recommendations. So once he's got his microphone and everything else that he needs, he should be good to go. Oh, Azriel, yeah, the PS4 Twitch app is just garbage. I'm sorry you're stuck having to use that. That sucks. Oh, right, there's Schnoofy Boy. Alright. I need to stash some of the trash that I'm not going to be using. Oh, okay, Azrael, gotcha. Okay. Well, I really want to like the idea of the Frigidator, but I just don't think... Oh, I see. They have perks. Felix deals increased damage when using tossball weapons, huh? %50 tossball weapon damage. Well... guess we could go with that for him. Ellie. Medical inhaler heals you more when you're at low health. Okay, I mean, yes. Increased experience from discovering new locations, huh? Increased sneak attack damage. Whip time and ranged weapon reload speed. Well, that'll increase her DPS, so that's probably a good idea. Alright. Lie, sneak, and medical. Damage from auto mechanicals. Body kills an enemy, you retain some TTD. I think more survivability in her case would probably be good. Suede, lockpick, and engineering. Intimidate, hack, and science. No, come on. Oh, Max can tank. That's interesting. Bonus damage with science weapons, huh? Yeah, I think the extra survivability first, and then we get him to tank. Hey, Chopin, welcome! A noodle recipe. You've made don don noodles and pad thai. Well, what kind of noodles do you have, Chopin? Because that will inform what recommendations I make. None of these abilities are really good. And so many of them appear to be based on the companion abilities, which are really not useful. Guess the decrease to N-ray damage. Alright. Merchant skill. Uh... Alright, I guess that'll have to do. Hello, Dark Mage McDean. Welcome. Alright. The only reason that I might hang on to the Frigidator for the moment is... because it might actually freeze enemies. Special effects stagger. Actually, I wonder if we could compare it. Favorably, it would. Oh. Nope. Old firing gun has a chance of chilling its target. Okay. But I don't think chill is actually an incapacitating status. I don't know, I'm just not sure I have a good reason to use that. Whatever. Modify. I'm an engineering virtuoso to recover previously installed mods. All right. Yeah, I don't see any way that we're going to be able to achieve 150 engineering without respecking. Yeah, there's just no way. Alright, well... that being the case... and break down this. And I really ought to keep an eye out in the vending machines for a mag to melt. Wait, what? Princess Cat Power is here? How did I miss that? Chopin, fresh wonton noodles. I'm sorry, I was so busy I had my nose buried in the menus trying to figure out how to optimize my, my crafting setup. Oh, okay, Rolls. If that's the case, then it's probably better not to call out lurkers, because some people don't necessarily want to be brought to the forefront if they're just lurking and listening. Alright, was I... Oh, Chopin. No, that's fine, Rolls. I'm just letting you know. It's not like you did anything necessarily harmful, but again, some people, when they lurk, they just prefer not to be identified so that they don't have to come to the keyboard and respond.
Wonder what June Mai's up to.
Alright, Chopin, I'm sorry. I did intend to answer your question. Wonton noodles. Alright, so, a Chinese dish you're looking for, and you said you already did pad thai, and you already did don don noodles. So, what you could try next... Chopin, well, actually, Chopin, do you like spicy food? Because if you do, I can give you some recipes for Szechuan-style noodles, and if not, I can give you recipes for something a little more mild. Very spicy. Okay, in that case, you are a man after my own heart, for one thing. So there is a recipe for Szechuan noodles. Here is a different recipe for a different type of Szechuan noodles. And here... Here is a very interesting looking one that I think I might actually try. In fact, this one looks fantastic. Hey, Fontez! Alright, there we go. Try those, Chopin, but honestly, that third one, the one on drivemehungry.com, that looks the most promising. No problem, Chopin. Enjoy. The ingredients and the procedure, Chopin. The third one emphasizes garlic, and it emphasizes Laogan Ma chilies. And personally, those are two of my favorite things. Spice and garlic.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
Alright, Prince of Tossball, travel to the meeting spot. Faction quest. Faithful to thee, Rizzos in our fashion. Like a sabotaging orchard operations due to a dispute over protection payments. While the cause of each mishap has been investigated, he refuses to come to any sort of deal with Slug. Stop the Automex, inspect the fried console, and investigate the dead saplings. Okay, well, let's do that first. Well, I'm glad to help, Chopin. Analysis. Blissful euphoria. This individual's existence is upsettingly blissful. Okay, we can't target the parasite directly.
That's not funny!
Alright, well...
I don't think I've ever seen an orchard before. I mean, other than Miss McDevitt's garden. You mind if we look around a little?
Oh, good stuff, McDean. Good stuff. You should... Oh, are you kidding me, Georgia? Oh, Georgia, what are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, Georgia. Hello and welcome. Guys, there is an unbelievably sweet and lovely young lady here who just came to join us. And I need to give her a shout out because... you guys absolutely have to go follow her. Please, do yourselves a favor and avail yourselves of a follow to my friend Georgia over on the channel It's Georgia. Georgia is a friend whom I met very recently, within the past several days, and I can't say enough good things about her. She is just so sweet. I very rarely describe people as being an adorable little bundle of love. That's just not normally the sort of word choice I use, but in this case, I think it's fitting. So go follow her, you'll see what I mean. She is just so kind and so friendly and so much fun to hang out with. Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Char Char. Thank you so much for the raid, Georgia. Guys, Georgia has been playing Sekiro for her very first time recently. And when I checked up on her a little bit earlier today, she was working on the old monk fight. So actually, Georgia, did you ever end up finishing that fight? Oh, Mike and Jordy, thank you. Thank you both. I really appreciate that. And thank you as well, Yog Yog. I appreciate the gesture of support. It's great to have you all. It's a pleasure to meet everyone from Georgia's stream. Or, well, or to see you again, for those of you who've been there when I was. You did! Congrats, Georgia! That's awesome! So you got to see the area beyond the corrupted monk. What did you think? How was Fountainhead Palace? Yeah, McDean, I'm sorry. Not old monk. I've been playing too much Demon's Souls. Corrupted monk. You beat the monk. Yeah, that fight is a pain, Georgia. I've played through Sekiro once, beginning to end, and the monk was one of the fights I spent a little bit more time on, for sure. Ape, Owl, and Monk in one stream is no joke, Georgia. Those are some tricky bosses, especially Ape. But I mean, they can all be a pain. Hello, Rocky's Room. Welcome. You might have missed the moment of the raid, but we're all still here. Oh, you've been playing the PS5 remake of Demon's Souls, Yogg. Excellent. What do you think of it? I thought you would feel that way about Fountainhead, Georgia. It's interesting. The game has some really ugly areas, but they're deliberately ugly. You know, they're ugly in a way where you're meant to take a look at them and say, oh, wow, what happened here? And then at the same time, it has that juxtaposition of areas that are just super gorgeous. And Fountainhead, I think, is probably one of the most impressive of those. So, A Hot Summer's Day, the game I am playing right now is called The Outer Worlds, and this is by Obsidian, and in fact it's by the same team at Obsidian, or most of the original key people on the team that developed the first two Fallout games. So this is very much in the same spirit as Fallout 1 and 2, and also Fallout New Vegas, because a lot of the key people on New Vegas are the same here. Josh Sawyer, John Gonzalez.
Well, I could use a breather.
So the gameplay is pretty standard. It's kind of a... Well, it's a first-person shooter, and unlike the later Fallout games, there is not an option to play in third person, even though the idle camera here does show you in third person. And I'm a little bit sad that you can't play in third person, because that tends to be how I preferred to play the Fallout games. At least the later ones, but... this is mainly a story-driven title. It lives and dies by its writing. And the writing in this game is quite something, I will say that. The premise is that it's set in a distant star system in the far future, where the culture in the star system has turned into this sort of corporate dystopia. And it takes that theme to an extreme. It kind of plays on some of the stuff that's going on in real life today, but it exaggerates it to a near comical but also sort of dark degree. And I right now am working on the second DLC for this game. I've already cleared the base game, and I've already cleared the first DLC. So we are now in what essentially amounts to the post-game, and I'm not terribly far in because, as I'm sure you've noticed, I am a very chat-focused broadcaster, so I tend to get distracted hanging out with chat and responding to questions, and I am very passionate about lots of things, but particularly cooking and tea and video games, so people frequently ask me questions about cooking or what kind of tea I have, and then I get sidetracked on that, and this happens where I just end up sitting around and not being able to focus on the game because I am not good at multitasking. I am terrible at parallel tasks, and I struggle to focus on doing more than one thing at a time. Never mind doing things even remotely well simultaneously. Might have been Avalone then, Vect Machine. It was either one or the other. But, Georgia, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate your stopping by and choosing me, and it's so good to see you. It's always a pleasure, and I'm so happy that you were able to get past the corrupted monk. I think the last bit of Sekiro that you have left is certainly going to have some very cool experiences in store. You might be near the end, but you have a lot left to look forward to. And I imagine you must be very, very happy to have cleared that fight. It's a unique feeling of satisfaction that those games give you. The Souls series in general, and then some of the not exactly Souls, but related games like Sekiro and Bloodborne, which in many ways are essentially FromSoft's modern style of producing games, they have this way of building you up to a challenge where you get destroyed by the challenge over and over again, but each time you learn something, and as you proceed to bash your face on the challenge, you gradually accumulate enough knowledge and enough skill and enough familiarity with the fight that eventually you're able to succeed, and then when you finally do succeed, it feels like you're a hero. You know, you feel like you accomplished something tremendous, and you walk away with that sense of just overflowing satisfaction. That's one of the reasons the Souls series became so popular to begin with, is that sense of accomplishment and achievement, and the feeling that, no, the game didn't hand it to you. The game wasn't pulling its punches. You earned it. You learned it. You figured it out. You did the work. You put in the elbow grease, and you overcame the challenge that was thrown at you without the game going, oh, here, I see you're having trouble. Let me just reduce the difficulty to easy mode for you. You know? The Souls games don't do that, and I think that's one of the best things about them. Mind you, not all of the fights in the Souls series are perfectly balanced, but that's another matter entirely. $70 on Genichiro, Nick. That's quite a lot of time. But that's exactly what I mean, is after getting in those 70 deaths against a really tough boss, you then beat the boss and you're like, oh, okay. You know, it clicks, and you walk away thinking, gotcha, I know what to do now. Next time I play this game, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to handle this. Owl only took 12. Very good, Georgia. So, actually, Georgia, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on some of the optional bosses as you proceed through the game, especially now that they've patched in the ability to basically refight bosses, which I think mainly was something that speedrunners and challenge runners wanted, because it gives them the ability to practice their boss fights without having to play through the game every time, or without having to make a save file or, you know, upload their save data before a boss fight. Yeah, Neo Shadow, I think that's just a capitulation toward mainstream gaming, where that audience, A, doesn't necessarily have the patience to spend the time learning a really complicated or difficult fight, or they might not have the time. You know, mainstream gamers are often, not always, but often people who don't have tons of time every week to spend gaming. They're people who, you know, they've got a full-time job, or these days 2 full-time jobs, and they've got maybe a few hours a week to spend playing games, and they don't want to spend that few hours a week on the same boss fight,
take your time.
bashing their faces on it over and over. Well, Nick, there are also the people who just like an easy experience and don't like the challenge. There are certainly those. But I think that the way the Souls games do it is better for the sense of accomplishment, because if you have something handed to you by the game, even if the game just says, we see you've been stuck on this encounter for a long time, would you like us to decrease the difficulty? Yeah, I mean, if you were intent on learning it the way that it was presented to you, then yes, having the game patronize you can certainly feel insulting. It all depends on the individual, really. Well, Georgia, they're not mandatory. They're more just the sort of thing that if you want to practice a boss fight, to learn it a little bit better, or to try out some new tech, you can. I would in fact suggest, Georgia, that once you've beaten Sekiro, you might want to take a look at some of the challenge runners of Sekiro, or the speed runners, and check out how they handle some of those boss fights and some of the other encounters. I have a number of friends in the speedrun and challenge run community for Sekiro who, when I watch them stream, it's just incredible. They have some unbelievably creative solutions and approaches to some of those situations. And it's just really interesting seeing how those kinds of people handle that. Sometimes you look at those techniques and you say, yeah, there's no way I could ever do that for practical purposes. But other times you might look at it and say, oh, I could probably do that. I might incorporate that into my strategy next time I fight that boss. Yeah, it's super incredible watching those people play. If you're interested, Georgia, I have a couple of other friends who stream FromSoft games. One in particular who is a huge fan of Sekiro. It's her favorite game, and normally she does hitless runs of Sekiro. Here you go. I will give her a shout out as well. She's another one who's just super kind, super sweet, super adorable. You'll probably really like her. Charlie is her name. Yeah, of course, Breakfast. You know it. She's a very good friend of mine, and we have worked together on a couple of different projects before. And I think you will really enjoy checking out some of her challenge runs. She's quite skilled. Yeah, if you do happen to drop by, Georgia, let her know that I sent you.
So what's the plan?
Okay. All right, where did I put my controller down and now I can't find it. I'm supposed to be playing video games, and here I am catching up with chat. There we go. Oh, the world record for Persona 5, Nick Envy? Yeah, I mean, first of all, you have to just mash through all the dialogue. I've streamed both Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, okay. And yeah, those are unbelievably long games, especially Royal. Royal has like, I think it has an extra month and a half of content that just wasn't in vanilla. And you have to be so familiar with every in and out of how those games go. All right, where... Oh, I bet I... Okay. Huh? No. Here's the discrepancy. There's this tool called the discrepancy amplifier, which does exactly what it sounds. It searches for things that are not the way they should be in the environment, and effusive host. All right, hang on. Purpleberry Orchards. Actually, there was a sign here. Caution, pollinization swarms in use in this area. Unauthorized personnel may be killed at their own expense. You see what I mean about corporate dystopia. Hello, Boisterous Nugget. Welcome. No problem, Georgia. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you again so much for the raid. Go enjoy your dinner, and I look forward to seeing you again the next time our paths cross. Enjoy your lurk, and maybe we'll catch you later, but if not, take care. Have a great evening. Okay, it's the footsteps I was looking for.
These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Thank you, Georgia. Have a great evening. Examine the footprint depth and spacing. Well, depth, I don't know how deep they're going to be. This appears to be a paved road. The spacing between each footstep is short, and the imprint in the dirt is deep, as if determined. It would appear that Helen was in a hurry. Helen was in a hurry, and she thought she was being followed. There definitely are footprints. I can deduce that she had saltuna for breakfast last week. Pretty obvious if you know what to look for. Nice.
That's real good work, Captain. You think the killer was chasing Miss Helen through the orchards?
It's entirely possible, but I'm a little bit more worried about... what else may have been chasing her through the orchards, because... we were told, very surreptitiously, that we might find more information on those parasites by coming here. The Purpleberry Nut Hut, the orchards, Purpleberry Puzzle Hedges, the conservatory, storage warehouse, the hive. Okay. Well, I'm a little bit worried about walking too far off the beaten path, but let's see.
Such lovely weather calls for a harvest, I do believe.
Oh, this guy has a parasite on him, too.
Well, sweet hello there, valued visitor. I am sure sorry to break it to you, but our orchards are closed to all officially guided tours at this precise moment in time.
Oh, my dear Law. Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but do you know what's going on with your face?
Why, thank you! Rizzo's encourages all workers to put on a happy face when engaging with valued customers. Rizzo's does beseech you to please purchase one of our self-guided options if you're wishing to join one of our rejuvenative, relaxing, reformatory tours. Now with a Puzzle Hedges trademark maze hunt and special edition taste testing for an extra 35 bits a ticket.
Are you okay? You seem a little bit too happy.
Why, you say that as if it's a bad thing. I am quite overcome with happiness, indeed. You won't find a Rizzo's worker in all of Eridanos who isn't 100% thrilled in their day-to-day existence. It's part of our brand manifesto.
No, Artista, I don't think you can. At least in tactical time dilation, the parasite is not shown as being a separate target. So imagine if I were to try to shoot it, it would just turn the host hostile. Yeah, Rolls, that's would be really handy here, but what do you mean?
Happy workers lead to happy customers. Happy customers are repeat customers. And repeat customers make the charts look better on our weekly profit reports. So if nothing else, it's my responsibility at all times to smile, smile, smile. And you know what never fails to bring a smile to my face? The breathtaking tours we offer throughout the orchards. Seasonally available for purchase in the Nut Hut.
Breakfast, I'm about to ban math. Do you know if Halcyon Helen came through here?
Ah, you mean that lovely actor who got herself dead? Damn shame what happened to her. She did come by, but not during any official tour time. I thought she'd hired a private tour at first, but it was Dr. Blossom who was showing her the way to the RR and DD labs. Can't imagine why she'd need to meet with our head researcher on the Spectrum product line outside of her lab hours. Unless, of course, it had to do with the new product unveiling.
Helen was a spokeswoman at... for Spectrum Brown's ad campaign.
That's right. She was. She sure made for some lovely adverts. Maybe it might have involved an issue with the launch batch then? I can't rightly say. All I know is one of our certified tour guides could have given her a much more comprehensive tour of the grounds were that her interest.
Rolls, thank you so much for the gift sub to Lord Louise. Really appreciate that. Seen any murder weapons lying around? Bottle of poison? A smoking laser pistol? Bloodied blunt force object?
Can't say that I have. We use bad batches of liquor for our pesticides. Only the exterminator mechanicals are armed around here.
Oh!
And I haven't seen any bloody objects aside from the usual pair of gardening shears. Unless, that is, Miss Helen was also stung to death by pollinization mosquitoes. She wasn't, was she? That would be a mighty wretched way to go.
Deadly pollinization waspitos?
Pollinization by killer waspitos, indeedy. It's cutting-edge Rizzo's technology. But don't you worry, valued visitor. Our pollinization cycles only run when the orchards are empty, for safety reasons. When a pollinization cycle finishes or is aborted, all waspitos are biologically programmed to return to the hive, their holding pen. Of course, the very last thing Rizzos would want is a beloved tourist bumbling into the hive and triggering an unscheduled cycle. So you'd best steer clear of it for safety. You'll know the hive by its big, glimmering electric fencing.
Oh. Okay. That machine, it is starting to sound like Cazador's. The doctor, because he has a parasite on him that apparently makes him artificially happy and potentially homicidally unstable. Are you the groundskeeper?
Yes, indeedy. I've got the wondrous honor of having just been promoted to third keeper of the grounds after the last one disappeared on the job. Gosh, I guess about a week ago now. Before my morning clock-in last Sunday, I was but a lowly nanner peeler picker on the line shift. Now I'm responsible for growing every twig and berry on this vast swath of fertile land.
You don't find it suspicious that the last groundskeeper went missing unexpectedly?
Heaven sweet, no. It's not like he was murdered. He simply disappeared without a trace and hasn't been heard from since. And the groundkeeper before that one? Well, she wasn't missing at all. Her body was found near hive control, covered head to toe in thousands of welts. No mystery, and certainly no murder with what happened there. I mean, you can't exactly hold some waspitos on trial. Accidents do happen on the job.
Wait, no, we are not glossing over this missing groundskeeper. No one knows what happened to him?
Can't speak for others, but I most assuredly don't. I reckon you could talk to my supervisor, the overseeing orchardist. He would know more. I used to ask questions, but gee, I just don't feel the urge to anymore.
Huh.
Before now, of course.
Alright, enough about the orchards.
Gosh, and goody gumdrops, but I could talk about the orchards till my lips fell off. Instead, let's talk about whatever interests you, because that's what interests me, too.
They do sound that way, Darkside, yes. Tell me, I'm on an investigation.
What kind of investigation? You wouldn't happen to be from the health inspection office, would you?
Really? I don't have enough lie to... Alright. Didn't think Halcyon had one of those.
For sure there is. The Health and Safety Bureau is board-run and certified. So in Eridanos, all inspectors effectively work for Rizzos. Well, and other representative member corporations of the board. It turns out, the other board corps get a hearty chuckle out of harassing Rizzos with regular safety checks. It's really not fair if you think about it. Just because we own less shares on the board than the others doesn't mean we should have to deal with health and safety inspections when the others don't.
In that case, I am most definitely sent by the Health and Safety Office. Hope you like paying fines. Oh, wait, no. I guess it's your lucky day. No health concerns here.
Oh, goody. It seems I was unduly worried that something must have fallen through regarding our monthly bribe to Slug.
Ah. I'm just here looking for Halcyon Helen's killer.
Grisly stuff, that. I heard the poor gal got her brain pan bashed in. Not that she probably had much rattling around there to start with, if you know what I mean.
Wow. Elaborate on that.
Someone hit her in the head, real hard. Then she died. Can't imagine who might have had the hitting power to crack a skull. Well, aside from one of our tossball hackers, I guess. But no Rizzo's employee would commit such an atrocity. We're far too content with life for that. Won't find an unhappy Rizzo's employee in all of Eridanos. No diddly-dee-dum, you won't.
I mean...
Can't see, and I haven't seen. She was. What? Of course. So you.
Tell me more about the orchards.
Why, you're standing smack dab in the pride and joy of Rizzo's nearly natural product development sector. We call this fecund landscape the Purpleberry Orchards, since that's our main crop. But we also sow and grow mock apples, nanners, pea-free nuts, tarmac, and more. Rizzo's is pleased as Mock Apple Pie to offer 3 tiers of VIP tours. Premium, Premium Plus, and the Golden Ticket. All are available for purchase in the Nut Hut.
Good. Great. Okay.
Of course. I can't stop you from poking around, but do be mindful of our pollinization hive. Waspitos tend towards aggressive at the best of times. There's a reason why we keep him behind an electric fence, you know.
Yes, I'm sure an electric fence is the best way to contain flying insects. Oh dear.
We got trouble.
Okay, primals. Got it.
Everyone all right?
What the hell are they doing here? Drunk Ravager. Oh, literally someone has been giving them alcohol. Drunk Lobber. Still bloody rawhide of an intoxicated primal. This would make a nice blanket for someone 3 sheets to the wind. Why are there primals here? There is no purpose they could possibly serve for pollination.
Hmm?
Uh-oh.
This reeks of unhappiness.
What?
I'm not gonna let me know what you're bringing down.
What? Okay. Whoa!
I just wanted to make you smile. Never felt so damn good in my life. I just want to be your friend.
Wow. Okay. I guess these guys must all have been possessed by parasites.
Nice.
Question is, where are the parasites coming from, and what is their purpose? My guess is they're probably part of the employee re-education program, or whatever it's called. Yeah, because they're all over the place here. These look like Waspito hives. Because they resemble beehives that beekeepers in real life use. Alright, what's this? Sublight Thug? Something got him. Okay, that appears to be a shield of some kind. I wonder if that's their electric fence. We can get through here. Okay.
What could that have been? Did I hear something?
Here they come!
Smile, damn you!
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to make you smile!
Where's that parasite? Don't think I don't see you.
You make quite a team, my friend.
Tuna, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Look at you indeed. You made it on time. Okay, this is the hive. And indeed, it looks like where all of the smaller hives are stored. Alright, well, it looks like the only thing here is the building. Sealed? Or if there's another way in.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay. Out there, maybe? No, it's probably inside that building. Huh?
Please visit the Purpleberry Nut Hut to purchase an audio tour today.
Oh, you actually have to purchase an audio tour? Wow. Wait a minute. Oh, no, that was nothing.
Searching for unauthorized person.
No!
What? Oh, God. Sheesh. Stop the exterminator automechs. Okay, well, I guess we got their attention.
Incoming!
You know what?
You are.
Don't mess with us.
I want to be your friend.
Parasite toxicant gland. This internal organ from a parasite is extremely poisonous. One question is, why did you remove this gland? A better question is, why are you keeping it? By the way, it's dripping. Incredible. Because I did want to see what this weapon does now that we've fully upgraded it. Although, I don't think it's going to turn out to be a particularly good weapon for a setup like mine where I haven't emphasized long guns. I do wonder, though... Okay, you can charge it. Sapling row discovered.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ah, okay.
Here we go.
Wait, maybe this thing isn't so bad. Alright, let's see. What do we got?
Analysis. This discarded canister is typical of the R-mounted storage tanks on the orchard's agricultural mechanicals. However, it is not currently attached to a mechanical. This canister contains a high amount of vinegar in addition to water. Warning. Use of vinegar, a known herbicide on purpleberry saplings, is a violation of Rizzo's agricultural standards.
Initiate a deeper chemical analysis.
Chemical makeup of substance. 50% water, 50% vinegar. Trace amounts of woolly cow feces also detected.
Feces in this container was likely used as a liquid fertilizer for these saplings. By the readout, it seems the fertilizer has been here approximately as long as the vinegar. Where are these containers usually kept?
These canisters can typically be found in the nursery storage building in the Purpleberry Orchards, except for this one, which can be found here.
Huh. Alright. Well then, I think we're done here. Like our last objective here. Purpleberry processing. Ah. I hear sprats as well.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
What do we have here?
This console is 95% non-functional. Remaining 5% functionality stems from display reading console non-functional. Cause of shortout is most likely related to purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
Perform a chemical analysis.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314, and many, many, many others.
Sounds about right. Let's inspect the console. Looks like several of the electrical panels were removed and then fastened back into place poorly. Taste the residue. Hell no. Ah! We can't jump over here to get out. Blast. Alright, what's left over here then? Hey Regina, welcome! Oh.
Oh, yeah,
Alright.
that's funny. I just want to be your friend!
I just wanted to make you smile!
Guys, can we please not stand in the toxic cloud of purple crap? Please?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Very well. Ah, blast, that's not what I meant to do. Ah, over here. And over there, it looks like.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Okay, so she was headed this direction. Alright, we'll be back.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh? Where? Here.
Congratulations, Inspector.
Ah.
You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Blissful euphoria. Individual's existence is upsettingly blissful. Yeah. I don't think we can get the parasite without killing him. Alright, well, let's report back.
You're back, I see. Glad Slug hasn't managed to scare you off.
I think it's more of a wonder that nothing in these law-forsaken orchards has managed to kill them.
How's the investigation going? You got a complete report for me yet?
I've completed my investigation. Actually, no. I'm still looking.
Well, at the moment, I can't do a whole lot with this vulture hanging over my shoulder. So I suppose you may as well take your time.
Really now? I consider myself more of a watch canid, here to make sure you don't try to run off without paying us.
There's something else you need to know?
Any leads on the nursery?
Got a lot of dead saplings that'll cost us a lot of bits. I've got a feeling someone poisoned them somehow.
What happened in the Exterminator Automech Depot?
The mechanicals were hacked. They're pretty much running amok. If you could keep from destroying too many, I'd be obliged. Would save us a lot. That said, you might want to be careful. Those things are built to take on waspkitos, and waspkitos are generally tougher to kill than people. Just something to keep in mind.
Alright, something in particular to look out for in the processing control room?
The tower processing console is completely fried. Whoever took it out must have used some kind of explosive.
Not quite. It looks like somebody spilled purpleberry juice on it. Not miniguns, Tuna, but heavy machine guns, yes. Alright. Hang on then, because... Speak to DeWitt. You found evidence of negligence. Turn to the overseeing orchardist. Let him know his suspicions were justified. Found evidence that someone was tampering with the internal electronics of the console. Discarded fertilizer we found probably came from nursery storage. It might be worth following up on that. There's an equal amount of liquid fertilizer mixed in with the vinegar. Yeah, actually, it looks like we should follow up on that, because I think... I'm afraid that if we go back and report now, we're going to end up giving him false information. Because I'm starting to think that what looks like it's going on here might not actually be what's going on.
Please visit the purple...
Nursery storage, okay. This is where I need to be.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Oh, hey! Didn't see you there. Whatever the hell I want.
I don't have time for this. Hey! Oh, wait. I'm supposed to say the slogan. Okay, you can do this, Anna. Here goes. It doesn't matter if you're you or me. We're all part of the Rizzo's family. How was that?
That was quite enthusiastic.
I don't think that was a Rizzo slogan, or any company slogan for that matter.
Ouch. Well, your candor's appreciated, even if it means I'll have to hit the books even harder tonight. I'm sure you've guessed it, but I'm not the best at remembering slogans. And when I can't remember them, I tend to just make them up. But I guess that's why I'm just an intern and not a full-timer. At least, not yet.
All right, hang on. When was the last time we... 31 p.m. Now 8:34. Okay, yeah, I do not want to lose that Rizzo's reputation. Because it is going to be particularly important here. Oh, actually, Rizzo's hadn't been added to, it hadn't been added to our reputation list at all prior to that, for some reason. Alright, well, back to nursery storage.
That was...
But I guess that's...
Alright, you haven't been causing trouble in the orchards, have you?
What? No, that's ridiculous. I can't tell you I've never made any mistakes, but it'd be pretty hard to keep my job if I were trying to break everything. Though there was the time I tried to fix a broken hinge on one of our mosquito hives and released a swarm. Chased me around the orchards 3 times before I managed to get help.
Yeah, remind me how this is an example of you not screwing up?
Hey, that was one honest mistake. One! And considering the fact that mosquitoes have a tendency to kill people, I think I learned my lesson. As did the rest of Rizzo's. Don't worry though, mosquitoes are typically only about when living folks aren't in the orchards.
Yeah, what happens if mosquitoes do get out during visiting hours?
I am contractually obligated to tell you that mosquitoes never get out during visiting hours. But when they do, the only way to get them to return is to go directly to hive control and activate emergency recall. Which isn't easy, considering all the hives near control. But this is all a departure from what I wanted to say. I've been trying to help the orchards, not harm them. Hold a moment. You haven't found anything, have you?
I found a strange substance on the processing console. That have something to do with you?
Well, maybe. I might have had a supersized cup of mixed purpleberry punch and lemon slap that I might have knocked over when I was running routine diagnostics. Look, I know what you're thinking, but I have the proper permit to mix those drinks. I just left it in my other work uniform.
Unfortunately, our daily behavior is filled with such inanity the truest alibis often sound the weakest.
Hey, we have a lot of uniforms. It's hard keeping track of all your belongings.
Did you dump the drink before or after you removed the console's control panel cover?
How did you notice? The diagnostic normally takes hours, and that's only if humidity's low. I wanted to take the initiative to try and make it faster.
Okay. I also found a toxic mix of fertilizer and weed killer on some purpleberry saplings. What do you think about that?
Why should weed killer affect saplings? Weed killer. It's in the name. It should kill only weeds.
Oh my god.
That really seems like it's more on product design than on me.
Oh my god. This is totally the type of person who microwaves a cup of tea with a spoon in the cup and then tries to sue the microwave manufacturer when the microwave explodes. Jesus.
But there's nothing to come clean about. I've just been doing my best out here.
All right. I don't think I've met an intern before.
It's not so different from being a regular worker, just with less pay and less respect. Oh, it's also more dangerous than traditional employment. You don't have the experience to back up your work yet, but being fired isn't any less threatening. Work-wise, I do a bit of everything. The orchards have been short-staffed as long as I've been working here. So if there's an odd job around, it usually gets passed to me.
How'd you get your position?
Laws, you've got a sixth sense for finding the most embarrassing question, huh? My mother is the Rizzo's assistant vice president of flavor testing. She set me up with this position. Mostly to keep me from troubling her work, I think.
Small wonder.
Consequently, I don't always feel like I deserve to be here. All the more reason to work harder, I say.
Yeah, Tuna, except it would be pretty logical to expect that anything labeled weed killer would contain poison. And anything that contains poison does not belong on crops. Take it you don't intend to stay an intern.
Much as I love delivering coffee and medical attention, not quite, no. Don't tell anyone I said this, but I sometimes feel that our workers could be treated a little better. Maybe only get electrocuted awake every other day? So I'm shooting for administration in Rizzo's. Maybe even the board itself. Best way to evoke change is from the inside, I think.
Electrocuted awake every day? My God. Why be an intern if it's riskier than typical employment?
Much higher chance of promotion. If I can tough it out here without getting axed, I can skip the 5+ years of customer service I'd normally have to deal with. I can prove my merit here and move up in the world. And the sooner I do that, the sooner I can set to improving things for everyone else.
Well, assuming nobody exploits your weaknesses to push you into unemployment.
Wow, that's some decidedly paranoid thinking. I can't imagine someone ever doing something that nasty.
How does somebody this innocent even exist in this universe? Alright, I've learned my fill.
Happy to enlighten you on the fascinating world of internships. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Unless you already have, and I've forgotten. In which case, I probably won't forget a second time.
You see any sign of a beleaguered actor running around?
Oh yes. I thought I saw someone who looked self-important enough to be her by the conservatory some time ago. Not to speak ill of the dead. I simply never liked the way she stole the limelight from the true star. Burbage 3001.
What? You're a Burbage fan?
I certainly am. That aerodynamic chassis, how the light glints off his rotund head, the way he enunciates, "Cry havoc, and let loose the canids of war." Excuse me, I got a little lightheaded there. Nobody does Shakespeare like Burbage. What were we talking about?
What about Spencer Woolrich?
Who?
Okay, I guess that's showbiz.
I suppose so. I also suppose Helen won't be stealing the limelight ever again.
Yeah, Tuna, and everybody knows weeds don't get killed by rainbows and flowers. They get killed by poison. There's a very simple logical process there, Tuna. The people who need a label on bottles of weed killer that says do not use on things that aren't weeds are the same people who need a caution hot label on their McDonald's coffee cup, Tuna. Oh, cool. Wait, what? This just leads outside? Okay. Well, that was pointless. Why would that be locked? Welcome to the Purpleberry Orchard storage facility, the sweetest storage building this side of Eridanos. Please do not attempt to lick any part of the storage building. Most components contain at least 40% cyanide. Access inventory records. Current inventory. Gardner Auto Mechanical. Amount 23 or so. Status beat up. Notes. Waspitos keep stinging these, breaking their stingers, and dying. Should probably keep them separate. Mock apples and purple berries. A heck of a lot. Status hard to count. Notes. Do we really gotta number every single fruit? We've got more than enough. Waspitos. Couple hundred hives. Status real grumpy. Don't get stung by these. Spectrum vodka, all colors. Amount 1 left. Status 1 shipment to the Puzzle Hedges, 1 to the Nut Hut. Swing by the Nut Hut with some of my savings later today. Been a long week. Groundskeeper note. The purple berries are growing a heck of a lot faster than the auto mechanicals can pick them. I should be mighty perturbed by what we're wasting, but since I had that treatment, all I've felt is glad about things. Goodness, this promotion sure was a life Oh, okay, so the parasites are deliberate. They are part of that treatment. Speaking of, Rudy, I have a feeling you're reading this. Caught you a couple of times peering at me from behind hedges and the like. How about you swing by my shack and we bury the hatchet? I'm a changed man since you recommended me for this promotion. Got a bottle of Spectrum vodka we can share, and a chapter of the brand new Halcyon Helen cereal. Knew you never liked that I got advanced copies. Come on by, Jacob. Yes, Ultima, she did. But she was also being careless and stupid. And I've seen my own mother do that too with McDonald's coffee, and in fact, I've seen quite a lot of people do it. It's just something that people do that they know better than to do, or they ought to know better than to do, but they're like, oh, it can't happen to me, so they do it anyway. Now, that's not to say that the coffee wasn't hotter than it should have been, because yes, it was, but I don't know how many times I've been sitting in traffic and I've looked over at the car next to me at a red light, and there's some woman sitting in the car trying to apply her makeup, or some dude on his cell phone, or a married couple with 3 kids jumping all over the front seats. You know, people make stupid decisions, and they are responsible for the decisions they make. Okay, Lord Louise, have a good one. Well, yes, Breakfast, and that's a separate issue where the people working at McDonald's are getting a starvation wage and they don't get paid enough to care. That's a whole other complicated dynamic. And yes, they're absolutely at fault for that. But at the same time, when you're ordering a beverage that you have every reason to believe is going to be hot, you take precautions, you know? Yeah, Dark Mage, that's kind of what I'm referring to, is that even smart people will sometimes say, I can get away with this. It'll be fine. And then they do something stupid, and the law of averages goes, lol, nope, and they pay for it. View overseeing orchardist note. Yarborough, I must admit that when your old superior described you as a misanthropic, law-damned redacted, I did not expect you would ever acclimate to a position so many others have loathed. Productivity is at an all-time high, and what's more, you've not only impressed many visitors with your wonderful attitude, but you somehow seem to get along well with the Waspitos, or at least they haven't killed you yet. Would like to offer you an unprecedented reward, a one-time 15-minute break to be taken at your discretion. Wow. Well done, Yarborough. Man. No, I get it, Shadowkay, and I know the full details of the situation. McDonald's absolutely was at fault for the coffee being too hot. But like anything else, there are two sides to every story, and everybody involved has a little bit of responsibility. The McDonald's employee is on the one hand for making the coffee too hot, and the recipient on the other hand for not being careful with a beverage that she, had every evidence was going to be at least pretty hot. Don't get me wrong, it's unfortunate she got injured. I would have preferred she didn't. She didn't deserve to have that happen to her, but that's just what happens when you're careless. To J. Yarborough, subject hypotheticals. Yeah, Ultima, I'm super careful with hot tea. As soon as I take that teapot, or the kettle, rather, off the stove, I have a very, very particular routine, and I am very careful to protect myself when I'm pouring that hot water. Yeah, Dark Mage, it's worst with accidents in hazardous situations, like at workplaces. I do, Echo Drop. I actually use a probe thermometer to monitor the precise temperature of my water. But if I'm heating water for tea that requires boiling water, and by boiling I'm talking 212 degrees Fahrenheit, then, yes, I know the exact temperature, but that's irrelevant because I know that whether it's 212 degrees or 180 degrees, I don't want it getting splashed on me. So I take the same precautions regardless. Sure, Shadowkay, that's absolutely fair, and I agree with that. No, you shouldn't expect that your coffee would basically be lava. So, Jacob, got a quick rhetorical question for you. Let's say rhetorically that one of the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve keepers got drunk and thought he'd indulge himself in some after-hours hunting. Let's say he theoretically released our primals, and those primals theoretically proceeded to beat him to death with his own rifle, then escaped to the Oh, that's why they're here. Obviously, I'm just worrying for the sake of worrying, but if something like that were to happen, and I'm not saying it did, especially since such a screw-up could cost me my job, theoretically, Rizzo's may have tested some of their products on these primals. And these primals may have acquired a taste for Rizzo's booze that I know you have stocked in the orchards. Look, if you see any wayward primals, and I'm not saying you will, please, for the love of the law, send me a message. Oh, good. Yeah, Mad Dragon, but they would have had an instruction manual telling them how to set the machine. So I guess it would have been standard procedure to set it that hot. All right, well, we definitely found the actual culprit.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So she came here.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Easy.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Yikes, Echo Drop. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Right?
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So she went in here and then came out the other side and kept on trucking.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Alright. Carter Reynolds. Huh?
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints
Okay,
belonging to the deceased
what's your
actress known
deal?
as Halcyon Helen.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Are you my ex-wife? No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago, conveniently rendering our marriage contract null.
Oh!
You must be the new, groundskeeper? That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
Well, it's nice to know that you're not suspect at all. That's a hard question to answer. Who am I really? Who are any of us? You were right the first time. I've returned from beyond the grave to exact my revenge.
Very funny. If you were Edna, you would have stabbed me in the throat halfway through the second word of my first question.
Oh, this poor fella's lost his wits.
I'm getting old, damn it. And after a while, anything that isn't a plant gets hard to distinguish from anything that is. But no, you don't look like Edna. Though you do smell a bit like her, like blood and starship grease. You must be that freelance inspector. Well, I suppose you can poke around as you like. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff he gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel.
You're a botanist, right? What do you do for Rizzos?
I sit inside and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native Tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it Hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs?
Oh, that's nice. Waspitos are those angry flying bugs that I definitely have not seen yet, right?
You say angry. I say efficient. Not only can our waspitos defend themselves, but Rizzo's investments as well. They come through the orchards only during pollination cycles, as dictated by our hive control operators, which means that visitors usually aren't on the receiving ends of their stingers.
But if something goes wrong in hive control, the waspitos could get out.
Well, yes, if there's an equipment malfunction. The pollination cycle will have to be manually shut down, which means traveling to hive control while the waspitos swarm.
Did Halcyon Helen come through here?
Indeed. Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged. Starlet or not, I would have had a harsh word for her. I heard she pushed her way into a tour of the RR&DD labs not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO. Well, she's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. Taken too soon and all.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's see if you have a key card that I might need. You do not. In which case, I am done here. But before anything else, I suppose...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay. Ah.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Potting shed, huh?
Timeline discrepancy detected near... Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Ah. There ain't no door that can keep me out. Adrena time? Get out! Parts of this note are illegible due to dirt and crushed purpleberry smudges. The writing you can make out is as follows. Helen, I know I told you I'd stumbled onto the scoop of a lifetime, but neither of us could have guessed just how deep this would go. Now some slug from the docks is looking for me, asking a lot of questions. It's time to get out, do you hear me? Don't waste time packing. Just go as soon as you read this. You'll know where to meet me. Tonight, 10 p.m. in the Grand Ballroom. If I don't show, take the next ship out of here and don't look back. B. Okay. So it looks like Slug is in on this and quite possibly behind it. So that throws an enormous shadow of suspicion over Kincannon. Okay, Rolls, have a good one. Take care. Thank you very much for dropping by. We'll catch you next time. Uh-oh. Damn it. I always... There's no need to add fixative to this brain to keep it from decaying. It's already pre-pickled. Amazing. Alright, well, first things first. Let's go report back about... that incompetent intern. Let's see if this guy has anything new to tell us as well.
A sweetest hello to you again, Orchard's visitor. Have you tried Rizzo's Purpleberry Bunch? Our Rizzo's does beseech you to please purchase one of our... Now with a puzzle...
No, nothing new. All right.
You're back, I see. Glad Slug had...
I think it's more of a...
How's the
I've completed my investigation.
All right, let's hear the details.
A drink was spilled over the processing console, shorting it out.
A drink? I ain't ever heard of no saboteur dumping drinks all over equipment to destroy it. I hate to say it, but that sounds more like worker carelessness.
How many times do I have to tell you this, old man? Slug isn't behind your problems. Slug wouldn't even need to cause you problems. Your own workers do enough.
An herbicide was mixed in with the fertilizer, which ended up killing the saplings.
Ha! Knew Slug was behind the damn sabotage.
Please. We're subtle, but that's too subtle. If we wanted to destroy your saplings, you'd have known them by the blackened remnants of their stems, not some half-assed poisoning.
I took care of the roaming exterminator, Automex.
I see you left a few of them intact, even. Smashed more than I'd like, but I guess I'm glad you didn't obliterate them all.
Never did like leaving a job half-finished myself. But that's me.
So what were the fine details of the sabotage anyhow? Were Slug's lackeys trying to get the mechanicals to kill all our waspitos?
No. You're worried that Slug is trying to mess with your livelihood.
Of course. And what better way to do that than by targeting our pollinizers? They'd be a hell of a pain to kill manually. But if you set the mechanicals to do it...
In your delusional fantasy, the waspitos wouldn't be out until next pollinization cycle. Wouldn't someone notice the rampant mechanicals beforehand?
That seems like a question you should be asking yourself.
Is there a way to manually initiate a pollinization cycle?
Well, yes, it's possible to manually start and end cycles in Hive Control, but we keep a careful watch on it. And there have been no non-Rizzo's personnel in or out.
Stop wasting everyone's time, Hathaway. What you're proposing is infinitely less likely than an idiot maneuver by one of your incompetent workers. I won't hear any further slander. Let's go through this one final time so even you can't confuse it, Hathaway. Slug didn't do a damn thing to your orchards. You're chasing ghosts.
Talk about ghosts all you like, but someone was screwing with my orchards. If it wasn't Slug, then who the hell was it?
What do you mean, no idea? We found out who it was.
You picked a hell of a time to lose your tongue over there, friend. I guess I can't force you to tell me anything. But the peace of mind would have been worth much to me. Right now, we of the orchards have to settle things with Slug. I reckon that you're about as impartial a third party as we're gonna get. Can you mediate?
Ah, what the hell. The orchardist seems to get off on complicating what should be a simple deal, but at this point, I just want to be paid and go. The pollen in the air is agitating.
If either of you sprat fucks bicker for a second longer, I will rip your tongues out. Rizzo's will have the bits to spare after the Brown unveiling. With interest. You know what?
Hey, would you look at that? All of a sudden, I have an urge to just pay Slug. How about that?
Yes. And Slug will go back to making sure your shipments get safely to you. That's satisfactory, right, Inspector? Right?
Man!
Well, that's that, I reckon. Much as I would have liked you to send Slug packing, I can't deny that your solution was damn slick. Wish you'd been there at the annulment of my last marriage contract. Maybe then my ex-husband wouldn't have my house, our teacup cained, and 20,000 of my bits. Sorry. Reliving past trauma. Thanks for working things out.
Wow, tragic backstory, huh?
So, our situation is finally resolved. At the end of the day, it's almost amazing how easily you were able to solve both of our issues. Shame you aren't living in Byzantium. Could have been an intercorporate diplomat. But at the moment, I'm more than pleased to take advantage of your considerable skill. Thanks for ending this nightmare, Inspector.
What? Yeah, Zyric, I wish I'd had high enough strength for that. The thing is... Alright, hang on, because this is going to bother me. We found out all the information from the intern who actually screwed stuff up. Why were we not given an option to tell them?
Now keep quiet.
About her.
Back again, eh? Let me know if there's anything I can help. It's not so... Oh. My concept... My... Don't...
Helping folks is dangerous. The board doesn't like people who mess with their status quo.
Mother did mention that from time to time, but she always kept me far away from her work. Who could complain about happier workers and higher profit gains? I get the feeling you don't think I can do it. That's okay. Trying to improve the system from within isn't the most glamorous thing, but I think it's worth the effort. Happy to enlighten you on the...
What the heck?
I suppose...
And yet, I can't go back and tell them about her for some reason. Well, no, Zyric, we shouldn't have had to, because we already got the story out of her.
I'm sorry you had to come in on such a...
Especially not folk that's... And I want you to stop...
This is how the... Well, he's being difficult, as you've no doubt seen. All I'm here to do is enforce an agreed...
Don't tell me to settle.
Yes, I'll be... I know what you must be thinking, but no, I'm not here to atomize his kneecaps.
Is there any truth to his accusations of sabotage?
If I hear that question one more time, I swear... Look, we...
Maybe I could pay you what he owes.
That's... You're weird. Generous, but weird. The sentiment is nice, but Rizzo's doesn't just pay money. They're also literally our meal tickets. Unless you also happen to own an orchard, I don't think you can clear this guy. Yes, what can... Nope. Sorry, but this is the first I've visited...
They were a much-needed diversion from the inadequacies of life in Halcyon.
Celebs as big as Helen always seem to elicit strong binary opinions in people.
Okay.
You're back.
I think...
How's the... All right. I see. So what were the...
Huh. Yeah, there's still no option. All I can think is that we must have missed some dialogue option that we were supposed to have gotten with the intern that would have given us the ability to tell these guys about her. Because I cannot think of any other piece of evidence that we didn't already have going into that conversation. That's really weird. I feel like maybe this quest line might be bugged somehow, because knowing the writers for this game, there absolutely would have been an option to tell them about her, and yet for some reason there just isn't. All right, then. Ah.
Easy does it.
We'd probably better get rid of these guys.
I can hear you laughing! I'm not gonna let no one bring me down.
Just wanted to make you smile!
I just want to be your friend!
Feels good. Feels fine.
That's the last of them!
To make you smile.
All right. RR&DD Labs. Okay, so this is where she's supposed to have gone. That'll be story progress. So what's up here? It looks like a landing pad. And it looks like there is nothing. Oh, we need an access card, huh? Well, that's fantastic. Where on earth can we get that? Okay. Well, what else could we do then? Profit of profitability. Seminar retreat out of productivity camp in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Found part of a trail, footsteps that definitively belong to her. Carter Reynolds said she had bullied her way into a tour of the private Rizzo's Research and Development District labs. Anna Summers, working in nursery storage, mentioned someone who looked like Helen heading to the conservatory. Groundskeeper Jacob Yarborough spotted Helen in the orchards on the night of her death when she met with Dr. Leora Blossom. So it seems like we need to check with Dr. Blossom in order to get the key to R&D. That appears to be our next destination.
Yes, Inspector?
Nothing.
Good to see you, Inspector. What's on your... Best of luck,
Dr. Blossom.
Ah! I'm so behind. I'm sorry, I still can't...
Alright, there's nothing. In that case, I guess we have to follow a different lead. Because we have come across a dead end, and I do not have any idea where we would get the key card to get into the RR and DD labs. So the only other thing I can think to follow up on is the profit of profitability. Activity Queen. Ah, but that'll be... Okay, that'll be... We'll have to fight our way in there, it looks like. How do we get there?
It really is stunning. I'm thinking of reserving a wilderness safari. Wear a fancy...
That way, it looks like. Or maybe that way.
The Profit of Profitability's Productivity Village is out on the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve, isn't it?
It is. I believe she decided to go out there so visitors wouldn't be distracted by the amenities of modernity.
Really? I'd think the constant gunfire and hostile wildlife would make it difficult to focus on whatever it is she peddles.
Perhaps. Maybe it's an only the strong shall survive type of seminar. I've heard those have been becoming more fashionable lately.
Okay, that sheds a little bit of light on the possible motivation. It looks like we need to use that bridge to get there, because I think those other connectors are just chains, and I don't think we can walk on them. Oh, but now we can't. Honestly, I think I should probably just hang on to the rest of this garbage to break it down. So we can't even get out here. Guards to... Oh, okay. Alright, well that's the guardhouse. We don't have the ability to get out there yet, so I guess... we have to go to the meeting spot. That's the only other lead we might actually be able to reach.
Did you hear that someone...
Huh? Oh, come on. You know what would be really handy for getting through areas like this would be some sort of small vehicle. Like a jet bike or something. Something that you could just hop on and ride across the area. Mag to power. I really need a mag to melt. Yeah, something like that, Famine. Some sort of vehicle that you could just hop on and move faster than sprinting speed. Because this wide open area is cool and all, it's really pretty, but getting around is... oh dear. Alright, breakdown. Tactical Shotgun 3, does, Axe even... ah. Mag to melt is the least common one. Because it's the best one. Space aviator glasses. Yeah. Animal noises. Yeah, I guess that's nothing.
I knew.
Okay, I guess we'll just proceed across the bridge. Okay, have a good one, Dark Mage. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. Hear enemies. Well, I hear sprats. Sprats usually aren't a threat. Phaeton Pilot House. Pilot house engineer. These guys aren't hostile, are they? No.
Administrator Ludovico can seem intimidating, but he's a decent fellow. I know he cares.
Really?
We're all family here. Rizzo's takes care of its own.
Pilot house entrance, meteorological control station. Enjoy your non-mandatory visit. Where is... Okay, the meeting spot was at the control station.
You're sure he's not in the museum?
Even if he is, no one will think you dressed the same as him on purpose.
I was at breakfast first. If anything, he's dressed the same as me.
But we can part your hair on the other side, just in case.
Wow. Oh, vending machines. Where? Pilot house. Meteorological control station.
My last quarterly review said I had an attitude problem. Morale improvement program fixed me right up.
The morale improvement program, that's what it was called.
We're all family here. Rizzo's takes care of its own.
Alright, I guess we can just go in.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ah!
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ranger mascot's noggin. What the? Okay. Hey, Monotone, welcome! Good to see you! Great to see you, in fact. What is this?
This empty bottle of spirits does not belong to any known corporate brand. Suspicious residue detected.
High concentration of ethanol. Someone's brewing moonshine with antiseptics.
Excellent deduction, Inspector. Imbibing of unauthorized beverages is strictly prohibited under Rizzo's company law. Ingredients include antiseptic alcohol, sucrose, and unidentifiable miscellaneous organic material. Closest match. Counterfeit spirits available at the Piraeus spaceport.
Okay, well, we're not able to get into the spaceport yet, so... How are you holding up, Monotone? You doing okay?
Timeline discrepancy detected. Rizzo's company policy clearly states that all proprietary mascots must exhibit signs of physical life.
Puncture wounds near his collarbone. I'm having trouble finding an exit wound.
Excellent observation, Inspector. Have you deduced a possible cause of death?
Isn't that your job? Firearms, not a conventional weapon either.
Unusually small entry wounds indicate exotic weaponry. Closest approximations are 1. Incident involving a game of darts. 2. The Needler.
Oh, the Needler was Halcyon Helen's weapon. I'm sorry, Monotone. If you need to talk later, you're always welcome to message me.
Yes, Inspector. The Needler. Bespoke handgun carried and wielded by Halcyon Helen. Famously deployed by Halcyon Helen in Terror on Monarch. This weapon was responsible for executing the Chief of the Savages, played by Spencer Woolridge.
Amplifier, before you go, you think he'd miss his outfit?
This unit is incapable of providing ethical advice. This unit is also incapable of answering rhetorical questions.
Yeah, potential evidence, yeah. You've gained Armored Tossball uniform. You glance over your shoulder to see if anyone's watching, then reach down and remove the mascot's gear. Cool. It's not like in New Vegas, though, where he actually becomes naked. Is anyone around? Nice. Inspector, klepto. Ah. All right, Monotone, let me know. If you want to message me after the stream, feel free. I will hang around and wait for you. Really, there's nothing else in here? I would have thought there'd be something important. I guess this was just a supply room. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Oh, but there's an upstairs.
Wish I had a telescope like this back in the Vale. Of course, the company probably would have scrapped it for parts. Wish I had a telescope like this back in the Vale. Of course, the company probably would have scrapped it for parts.
Yes, Parvati, I get that. Okay, there's a terminal up there. None of this stuff is interactable. Wow, nothing in this room is interactable. Meteorological observation station. Rizos reminds you that all equipment is to be used for the express purpose of monitoring Eridanos weather patterns. Use of monitoring equipment for any other purpose is expressly prohibited. 523, clear skies, distant storm, Phaeton steered around it. Distant storm, Phaeton adjusted course, clear skies, distant storm, Phaeton revised heading. Clear skies. Unofficial logs. Celebrity sightings. I've password locked this directory. Pretty sure no one in management can crack it even if they do start checking up on us. Have fun. P, which must be Phaeton. I saw Spencer Woolrich order 4 different meals and send them all back. What a refined palate. H. The other day, Halcyon Helen was enjoying a spectrum on the terrace. The stars really are just like the rest of us. P. Some of the rangers started tussling in one of the fountains. The gardener Automex spent hours propping the flowers back up. What fun guys, D. Station bingo. Initial if you see one of the following on your shift. First to 3 wins. Teacup canids in matching outfits. D. This should really count twice, one for each canid. Someone falling off edge of island. Tristan greenhouse. H. It's all windows. Why would anyone do this? Terror ray slams into hotel window. D. Raptidon or Primal on Hotel Island. Oh, these guys were just having a laugh. Alright, so in other words, nothing up here was even remotely useful. Soaring Spirit, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Very much appreciate your support, Spirit. And Jalapeno, welcome back as well. Boy, you two couldn't have timed that better. How are you two holding up? I hope all is well, and I hope the both of you have been managing to stay safe. Very good, Spirit. Glad you're doing okay.
I heard about what happened to Helen. If Rizzo's ran that hotel, we would have kept her safe.
Alright. Well, this has not given us any new leads. You don't have access to the spaceport, so any further investigation of Birdie is on hold. Continue your investigation into the orchards. Well, we can't continue our investigation into the orchards because we don't have a key card to R&D. So... we appear to have hit a wall. I wonder if anybody here would be able to give us a lead. Gotcha, Jalapeno. Well, you're welcome to hang out here.
But anyone who sees it will know that you can afford the expensive stuff.
Take in some of the best views of Eridanos. Please mind the edge and don't fall over. Rizzos will no longer be held accountable for missing persons or their personal belongings. Keep your belongings with you if you decide to go missing. Wow.
Caught a real lucky break working on Eridanos. I could have been stuck on Terra too.
Oh, there are the vending machines. Mr. N, huh? $8,000. Yikes. Perhaps not. Block and inspiration. Okay. This unique helmet was worn by a particularly hyperactive mascot. There are some small blood stains inside. At least it's probably blood. Modified armor is no longer regulation. Not even an 8th back needs this much protection. Huh. No, nowhere near, Hunter. Nowhere near. Ah. Come in and visit our spectacular museum. Discover Rizzo's, as mentioned in a radio, OI, R&D cost to sales amounts. Huh. Ah, very good, Jalapeno. What games? State control.
You don't know how grateful I am to the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
Huh. Oh, I see. This is a museum, but apparently it's also...
Happy customers are repeat customers.
The navigational control for the entire facility.
My last quarterly review said I had an attitude problem. Morale improvement program fixed me right up. Administrator Ludovico can seem intimidating, but he's a decent fellow. I know he cares.
Phaeton.
Greeting protocols initiating. Greeting protocols cancelled. Phaeton cannot extend pre-programmed pleasantries at this time. Error. Phaeton requires an attitude adjustment.
You mean your gyroscopic axis is misaligned?
Affirmative.
If Phaeton's internal gyroscope's off-center, it's gonna spell trouble for the whole complex.
Affirmative.
That's very, very bad. How have we not crashed?
Gyroscopic misalignment creates an increasing likelihood of a critical flight path error. Possible outcomes include steering the Eridanos atmospheric complex into a storm, resulting in the destruction of the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Steering the Eridanos atmospheric complex into a lower altitude, resulting in the extreme compression of the Eridanos atmospheric complex.
Octopath Traveler, Etherborn, and Shattered Tale of the Forgotten King. Interesting, Jalapeno. Out of all of those, I've only heard of Octopath. What's the likelihood of any of this happening? Are we all about to die?
Response. Entropy is the eventual end state of all matter in the universe.
Oh, shut up! That's not what I asked.
Error. Phaeton is unable to determine the likelihood of imminent catastrophe without gyroscopic realignment. Clarification of clarification. Phaeton must be realigned with the ship's internal gyroscope in order to calculate a flight path with an acceptably low margin of error.
Attitude means the orientation of a spacecraft relative to the horizon. In other words, the complex has to maintain a constant attitude and heading, or we could all, well, crash.
Assessment confirmed.
Thanks, Parvati. So how do I fix this?
To achieve attitude adjustment, acquire the Gyroscopic Alignment Key, or GAC, and convey it to the Gyroscope Management Terminal in Engineering. Utilize the GAC to interface with the Gyroscope Management Terminal and execute the Gyroscopic Axial Realignment procedure. This will achieve an attitude adjustment.
Okay. I have a feeling that this terminal I have to go to is probably in a really inconvenient location. Right, where do boy! I never expected when I came in here solving a murder mystery that I'd find I need to save the whole colony from crashing.
Rizzo's thanks you in advance for your assistance. Please note that Rizzo's does not pay for uncontracted labor, but a member of HR will issue a favorable remark on your permanent record. Access to engineering levels granted.
Okay.
Greeting protocol. Error. Proceed to engineering. Acquire the...
All right. Well, this is potentially pretty serious. Phaeton's monster. Pilot House's astrogator needs a highly technical and critical fix, or it may eventually steer the Eridanos atmospheric complex into a disaster. Take the elevator down to engineer. Well, I have several questions. Not only why has nobody fixed this, but... how did it happen in the first place? Legendary mount of Cascadia Bart, the frontier hero immortalized by Spencer Woolrich in Free Range Fixer. While the real Gigantar retired after filming and went to the home of a wealthy Byzantine collector, the ambitious shooting schedule and thrilling stunts of the Free Range Fixer meant that many smaller-scale stunt doubles got to share the role of Gigantar. Number 347 displayed here, performed in a scene where Gigantar and Cascadia Bart are buried in a rock slide. While her shot was ultimately cut from the film, her valiant sacrifice lives on here. Wow. Gigantar was named after Rizzo's Gigantar energy drink, enjoyed on screen by Cascadia Bart while he battled against the vile Philosophists. Prove your loyalty to Halcyon and try a Gigantar today. Available at Rizzo's Oh, good. Okay. Oh, look, a vending machine. Back to power. Ah. Ah, okay, Jalapeno, I see. Get the GAC and... Oh, skill points and perks are available. Alright, cool. Why? Okay, yeah, that's probably fine. Proceed to engineering. Well.
Wonderful work, Captain.
Wage determined by merit of your work. Overtime may result in higher pay if the quality of said work is considered exemplary. Employer has the right to dock your pay should you damage any facilities or equipment. It's your responsibility, not your employer's, to avoid workplace hazards. Nice. This, once again, is what I mean by corporate dystopia. And of course, there are enemies present. Its body armor and helmet armor ratings against plasma damage. That I might use because I did take a plasma weakness. What do I have currently? Oh, I do already have it. Okay. Hunter, the only science weapon I've gained access to in this DLC is the discrepancy amplifier, and this isn't really a weapon. Oh, so that's a canid. What is that doing down here?
giving me the look you are.
Everyone all right?
I wanted to make you smile.
Dear God. It's just an arm lying there. Amazing. Okay, well... This. Gyroscopic alignment key. Well, now I think I'm beginning to understand why the gyroscopic alignment of the entire facility was in danger of causing us to crash, because people infected by these parasites are all over the place down here. No, Dark Rolls, I have not. I would have thought that they'd be around the hive, but they weren't. There were none there. I'm wondering if the parasites that we've been encountering are their larvae. We came in through here. There's a door here. And another here. We can pick this.
Handled beautifully.
I guess this might be a shortcut. Not eye rolls. I don't even remember the last time I watched any anime. What have we here?
You there. By the law, you seem to have your wits about you. I'm saved.
She looks like she's been stuck here for an age.
I mean, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I am strategically evading a threat.
Now that I've found you, we've got to realign Phaeton.
Look, you don't understand. It's not safe out there. The only people I've seen down here tried to kill me. The automechs are shooting anything that moves. And then there's the canids.
If Phaeton doesn't get realigned, this place will crash.
Eventually. I know. But look, there are right now problems and there are later problems. Crashing into a storm, succumbing to crushing atmospheric pressure, those are later problems.
Be reasonable. It's not safe to stay in there forever. Let me help you.
Please, I don't need help. I can leave whenever I want.
Yeah, right.
I'm just not ready yet.
You're the captain. Do you want to live like a coward or die like a hero?
Live like a coward. Shit. Ah, right. I see what you're trying to do. And it's working. I'll let you help. Meet me at the engineering overlook above the gyroscope. And bring the GAC. Just watch your step. The automechanicals will fire on anything that moves. Except for their captain, of course.
Seriously? Can't you make an exception for me?
I'm a captain, not an engineer. Still, you might be able to avoid some of them if you come through here.
Good enough. No, not the GEC. Dark Rolls, the legally distinct GAC. How Also, what the heck are feral canids doing here? Oh, that just... okay. Well...
Time's on us today.
Canid host. Once removed from the infected canid, this skull fin looks like one from an ordinary canid and is equally useless. So this canid was infected by parasites. Oh, gee, well... Yeah, Hunter, we ended up using intimidation on the two idiots who were arguing over paying Slug and the sabotage. Bard, alright. Unlock breaker room. View recent requisition requests. Spectrum Brown, 20 units, J. Fields. Time to celebrate all our hard work this quarter. Sodium Vapor Lamp, 3 units, L. Vargas. Please, I've been trying to make repairs in the ductwork for a week, but I can't see a damn thing. I got lost for 16 hours last time I went in, and I'm starting to see things in the dark. Pending. Quartz vacuum tube, 1 unit, anonymous. One of the tubes in the breaker room mysteriously shattered, need to replace. 5 toss balls, J. Fields. The team needs to blow off some steam. A little rec time would do wonders. Knee guards, 1 unit, L. Vargas. I'm crawling around in the guts of this place all day, and my knees are all but... everyone gets their recreational stuff, but the important stuff, no. Huh. Alright, well, we unlocked the breaker room, but now I need to figure out which room that is. It's clearly not this. And I think that's where we came in, out there. But I guess there was nothing in here for us. Get out of here. Est.
Right behind you. I'm just plotting my route.
Sure. Okay, we can't get through there. Oh, you were there for that, Hunter. Okay, perfect. Then yeah. Yeah, there are some really great intimidate options. It looks like this is the only exit from this room. Because that goes nowhere and there are no other doors. Oh, good luck, Rolls. Make sure you only use one scoop. I still think it's hilarious that you think that stuff tastes like bacon. Or smells like bacon. Wow! That automechanical right there just teleported right in. Actually. Oh, I think this is permanent. No, it's not. But it's certainly more than long enough for us to be able to destroy it without it fighting back. Although, I hoped that there would be a terminal up here which might allow us to disable them or something. Okay, that sure is a room full of them. Smells like the breakfast bacon you would make? Rolls, do you regularly burn your bacon on a routine basis? Because maybe it's just me, but it seems like bacon shouldn't smell quite that smoky. Either way, Rolls, I'm glad you had a chance to try it. Yeah, we have to get all the way over there, huh? Let's see, are there any terminals whereby we might be able to disable these things? Look like it.
Unexpected.
Oh.
Halt.
What?
Sweeping the area.
Oh, good.
Everyone all right?
No, it does not, in fact, appear that there are any control terminals. Oh, okay, Rolls, interesting. Well, that explains it then. Gotcha. Oh, hey, a shooting range. Oh, and it looks like they were shooting bottles in here, too. Huh?
Processing. System.
Okay. Get you. I'm gonna get you. I got you.
Incoming.
What? Where? Oh.
Our skills are unrivaled.
Cool. Yeah, Rolls. Being smoked over pine branches is a big deal. And it results in big aromas. Alright, gyroscope. Ah! Mega Canid host, huh? I kinda wish that this game had the system Horizon Zero Dawn has, where you can throw a rock to distract an enemy. Or to get it to turn away from you. Adrena time? Why does he have that? We don't want that trash. All right, let's see. Mr. Acid. Okay, well... that I can use. But it's not the one that I needed. I needed the ranged one. The gyroscopic alignment key. Actually...
Attacking.
Nice shot. Okay. Oh, hello, Dustin. Welcome. I don't know, Hunter. I don't know that it sells for any more than any other mod. Or, any other item, rather. Oh, stuff got scratched here. This is, it's pretty dire. Wait, what? Hang on. There's a room here. Although it doesn't look accessible. Well, Dustin, there's no time like the present. Gyroscope. We meet Mabel there. Oh. Well, somebody died trying to get up here. Rizzo's security. Brontide. That sounds like a special weapon to me. Indeed it is. Two-handed melee, special effect bleed. Facilitating your violent axe murderer fantasies since the founding of Halcyon. Doesn't seem to be anything special. After scoring a kill with this weapon, enemies near the target are knocked down. Huh. Yeah, Dustin, I feel like the main reason you would want to play this is for the story. The gameplay is not bad, it's just not particularly special. Oh, Rolls, thank you so much for the gift sub to Dustin. That was very kind of you, I really appreciate that. Alright, I guess that's everything here. You know, honestly, this really has not been doing enough damage to justify my continued use of it. So...
We got trouble!
Oh yes, so I see. Cool. Glad I noticed him in time. Ah, very good, Dustin. Well, I'm glad to have you. Hello, Anonmaru. I guess in that case I'd probably better save so I don't have to do that stuff all over again. Maru, I'm not. I'm playing this game mainly for the story and for the writing. Whoops. What? No. Hey, hang on. There. All right. Now... Oh, that's the one that... Oh, good. Somebody has been giving these things Adrena time. Where the heck did the other one go? Oh. That's where. Charges that pray to cripple them, leaving them... Okay.
Let go!
Oh, there's a third one.
Got a fight on our hands.
Sheesh. No, Dark Rules, it doesn't function the same way that Fallout 3 did, fortunately. I believe as long as they're part of your crew, they're invulnerable, although you might be able to kill them while they're not in your crew. And I know that they can die when they are not following you as companions. Oh, okay, I guess these were, they were meant to be sniping perches. Alright then, Enable at the gyroscope terminal, which was where? Oh, up there. A high-grade green tea. Yes, I absolutely can, Anonmaru. If you want just a regular green tea, I can recommend a Japanese sencha or a Chinese longjing. I can also recommend, if you want to try something really special, matcha. How the heck did you get up here? Welcome back, Monotone. What the? Sealed? Yeah, the Sencha is from Japan. And on Let me get you a couple of links, in fact, and on... Let me... Let me post a couple in chat for you. So, if you want to try the the basic Japanese Sencha, which is still a very good quality tea, then go for this. If you want to try something that's a little bit more on the super, super high grade side, you can try this, or alternatively,
I wonder what Junlai's up to.
this. No, you don't put any honey in it at all, Anon Maru. Japanese green tea is not meant to be sweetened, although if you do want something that you can put sugar in, I can give you recommendations for some of those as well. On the other hand, Anon, it's also true that there's no accounting for taste, and just because it's not customary to drink green tea with sugar, at least Japanese green tea, does not mean that you couldn't do it. There's nothing to stop you. But, most of the people who are really hardcore about tea, or even people who are just kind of, they enjoy a cup of tea every once in a while, they typically will not put sugar in green tea. Or, again, at least not Japanese green tea. So, those are the Japanese varieties that you could try. There are also some fantastic Chinese ones. Such as this. Well, Anon, it gets into the argument of pure tea versus adding things, but adding sugar to green tea kind of counteracts the flavor of it. Green tea has a sort of earthy, grassy, and moderately astringent, which means kind of bitter, flavor. And those characteristics are what people tend to drink it for in the parts of the world where it's popular. So adding sugar to it kind of undermines its original flavor profile, and it changes the character of it that people tend to like it for. But again, there's no accounting for taste. And any chef will tell you that if there's something about a recipe that you don't like, modify it, change the ingredient. And in the same way, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're wrong for adding sugar to a type of tea that most people don't add sugar to. If that's how you prefer it, then by all means, enjoy it that way. What I will say, Anon, is even if you do intend to drink it with sugar, at least make yourself a cup of it without sugar and try it that way first. And then you can decide from there if you prefer it with or without. Typically, though, the only teas people usually put sugar in are things like black tea, especially black tea with lemon, or like an Earl Grey that'll have bergamot. But other types of tea...
I'm in no hurry myself.
Not so much. Well, I'm talking really any kind of sweetener as far as green tea is concerned in Onmaru. Although, as a child, my mother used to make Western green tea for me when I had a sore throat, and that she would put honey in. But I think that's more because honey is supposed to be good for a sore throat. And also because I was a kid, and, you know, sweet stuff is a little bit more palatable to kids. But either way, Anon, if you're interested in green tea, those are the ones I would recommend. If you are going to put sugar in it, though, Anon, I would go for the less expensive Japanese sencha. Don't get the Master's Mark sencha or the Scent of Mountains if you intend to add sugar to it, because most of the additional cost of those teas comes from the subtleties of their flavor without adding anything to them. And if you add sugar or honey, you end up covering that up anyway, so you're better off getting the less expensive ones. Well, Bane, I was just a dumb kid and I didn't know any different. And my mother, well, I've learned that over the course of my life that her cooking skills are not the most impressive. Well, seasoned Dark Rolls. I don't know what kind of seasoning you want to put in green tea. Food is one thing, but... Well, and on Maru, I do have a taste for higher grade tea, but that doesn't mean that everything I drink is expensive. I try to find the best balance between quality and economy. And yeah, if I feel like treating myself every once in a while, if I have a little bit of spare money, I might get a tin of something more expensive. Yeah, but... Oh, for goodness sake.
I don't have time for this.
Ah. Well, and on Myra, that's kind of what I'm talking about, is... What you're doing there is you're going for pure economy. And that's fine. It's just that if you want tea that tastes better, you have to spend a little bit more. It doesn't mean you have to spend a ton, but...
By the law, those Canids are done for. We did it, friend.
We?
Anyway, I was thinking, you should do the honors. Realign Phaeton, since you've been such great help in all of this.
Lady Rizzo should be making me captain at this point.
Nicely done. Someone should really give you a promotion.
I guess I'll just have to give myself a promotion. Execute gyroscopic axial realignment procedure. Okay.
Nicely done. Someone should really give you a promotion.
Oh, and now this door opens up. Okay. We'll just close that before we go poking around here. If you're in the United States and on Maru, yes. Wow, well, this room had a whole lot of nothing important. Huh? I hear something stomping around. Oh, and of course, that was the barred door. That put us... Oh, okay, it put us right under the... All right.
My last quarterly review said I had an attitude problem. Morale improvement program fixed me right up.
Spork and forks. All right, did we do it?
Greeting protocols suspended. Checking for gyroscopic alignment. Gyroscopic alignment confirmed. Rizzo's thanks you for your assistance.
That's it?
All systems are functional.
Okay, well, I wonder if we had to do that as a prerequisite for some other quest. Oh, right, Anon. Thank you, Rolls, for reminding me. There was one other very important one that I intended to link for you. Rolls, which was... If you want to try a really special green tea, there is matcha. And I'm going to link you a couple of types. The Jobetsugi is the least expensive, and that'll still be a very good quality matcha, but it'll be the economical one. And then the Senju no Mukashi is the... more expensive, but better quality one if you decide you really like it and you want to spend a little more money on it.
I'm in no hurry myself.
Hello, Juicy Jew. Welcome. All right, well, what else is in here? Now that we finally have an opportunity to check it out. With over 30 articulated joints and reinforced plating in purpleberry pink and nanner blue, Rizzo's guards enjoy the most fashionable armors in all of Halcyon. These brave troops show their corporate pride whether they're battling dissidents, guarding factories, or simply giving our workers a friendly pep talk. Raise a glass of lemon slap to show your support for the corporate soldiers who protect us all.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
This tossball stick was used by none other than Bertie Black Hole Holcomb during the historic match between the Rizzo's Rangers and Happy Dale Farmers, where Bertie's triple tackle of rival hacker Claude the Bull Payne set the record for most simultaneous rule violations. Champions like Bertie stay energized with Rizzo's Purpleberry Munch. Be like Bertie. Enjoy your favorite Rizzo's product today. Spring cleaning, oh boy, my favorite. That tree does not look so healthy. Can you imagine life without Purpleberry Bunch, Purpleberry Crunch, Purpleberry Fizzy Tea, Purpleberry Juice, Purpleberry Liqueur, Purpleberry Lunch, Purpleberry Munch, Purpleberry Punch, or Purpleberry Wine? We sure can't. That's why the hard-working brand managers of Rizzo's developed the Purpleberry, an irresistible fruit with more sugar and less fiber than anything you'll find in nature. Why not book a tour for Purpleberry Orchards and treat yourself to a Rizzo's Purpleberry product today? You deserve it.
Must you read every law-forsaken sign in the building?
Some of us enjoy learning things.
Oh, yeah? And what did you learn about Rizzo's armor 2 hours ago?
It's not about memorizing, it's about absorbing. Okay?
Let's absorb the one that says exit. Me.
That is definitely the shape of your nose.
I didn't mean to. Hush. You'll get me in trouble.
And there's a piano. Oh, but I can't play it. Ugh.
Tire fertilizer automech? Or just a replica?
Who cares?
According to the sign, the originals only last 18 months. Rizzo's fertilizer is so potent that it eats right through the tanks. Imagine.
Yes, I'm sure it's perfectly safe for human consumption. Purpleberry Lunch. Purpleberries, crackers, cheese, and pea-free nuts. You know, this reminds me of the Lunchables that the wealthier kids in the town where I grew up used to be given by their parents for their school lunches. Funny how it turns out that the ingredients in those Lunchables were super cheap and not very good quality.
Whoa, you scared the daylights out of me. Don't sneak up on a fellow like that. Say, you wouldn't happen to be the inspector investigating Halcyon Helen's murder. You look like you might fit the bill.
Pretty observant. How do you mean that, actually?
Well, you aren't yelling at me, so you're not an exec. And you've made eye contact with me, so you aren't a worker.
Yeah, okay, that is pretty observant, in fact.
Hey, I got it right. You must be a real top runner to be in charge of a case like this. Oh, wait. That's why you're talking to me. I'll help however I can.
What's that you're working on?
Ooh, this is my Terra Ray Grounder. Once it's working, it'll zap those winged sprats right out of the sky. Get it? Electricity, grounding.
Yeah, very clever. You and Monotone are like peas in a pod. Jesus. What do you have against Terra Rays?
Ah, they're disgusting little monsters with creepy tube mouths. Plus, they keep flying into the engines, and I reckon that'll do damage over the long term. But you help me get the parts I need to finish the Terra Ray Grounder, and the problem will take care of itself.
This fella sounds way too happy at the thought of killing terror rays. You think we should trust him?
I promise, it's perfectly humane. Their skin will be fried off their bones before they can feel a thing.
Seems legit. Let's help him. What's stopping you from getting them yourself?
I hate to admit it, but Terra Rays give me the heebie-jeebies, and most of the parts I need are surrounded by them.
Monotone, he's trying to stop Terra Rays from flying into the engines that are literally keeping this facility from crashing into the lower atmosphere of a Jovian gas giant and being compressed to the size of a pebble. What do you need?
I've got an incomplete list here, but I'm a tad on the scatterbrain side. You mind taking a look at my terminal to certify I ain't forgetting anything?
Scrap metal? What is all this?
I know, but trust me, once I've got everything, I can build a zap trap that'll keep those disgusting things out of the engine.
Okay. Riceland, welcome. Yeah, we're doing some space Scooby-Doo. I can't wait to rip the mask off the culprit and find that it's Aunt Tina. Well, Monotone, from the looks of it, that more or less seems to be what he's trying to do. What the? Oh, these are scarecrows for the orchards. Half-melted battery? Check Thelbert's terminal. Find Automex scrap. Where is his terminal? Well, I should probably... Thelbert's terminal. Ah. Welcome T. Walcott. Messages. Terror ray trap. Well, has the captain even read my proposal yet? I know she's not big on details, so try this next time you talk to her. If I don't stop those terror rays from nesting in the engines, there won't be a gyroscope for her to realign. Yes, I know that's a later problem. Don't mention that part. Good news, the plans were approved and we're sending you the requested materials. You can find your cabling in the terraforming control room. We don't have any spare screwdrivers, but try some spork and forks. The dirtier the better. A little grease actually helps loosen the screws. Okay. Well, I found the spork and forks. Those are down here. I wondered if there was a purpose to these. Find vending machine power cables. All right, Monotone, fair enough.
Okay, we'll spend 20 minutes in there.
Long enough to look cultured?
Oh, okay, and these things are actually fairly close, fortunately. Automex scrap. Apparently everything else around those is considered stealing, though. Vending machine power cable. That's not a vending machine power cable. That's a jumper cable. That's for starting your car when the battery dies. Hey guys, I gotta jumpstart this vending machine. The engine just died. Oh, we won't be able to buy any potato chips till we jumpstart this.
You're back! Any luck finding what we need for the Terror Ray grounder?
Yeah, here you go.
Excellent! I should finally be able to get this thing working. Here, take this. It's the least I can do for all your help against those leathery
a paltry
abominations.
amount of money.
Oh wait, there's one more thing. You don't happen to have a pinwheel, do you?
What? Why? What do you need a pinwheel for?
It'll help generate electricity as we move through the atmosphere. Plus, all Rizzo's products are supposed to have an element of whimsy.
Oh, okay, I'll look for one.
Great. I'll give you a nice bonus if you bring one back to me.
Really? Find a pinwheel. What is this, Rolls? Oh! Yes. Not exactly the most comfortable eating implement, but for certain applications, it does have its uses. Monotone, did you just make that up? Or do people actually get killed by vending machines? Because, yeah, I'm having trouble imagining how anyone could get killed by a vending machine other than electrocution. I mean, I guess knocking it over on yourself, but... It seems incredibly difficult to knock a vending machine over on yourself. Also, why is there a campsite here? Shaking it or shock during repair? Really monotone. Yeah, electrocution I would have guessed. But it seems really difficult to pull a vending machine over on yourself. Rocking it back and forth, sure, but actually pulling it down, those things are usually quite bottom-heavy. Don't ask how I know that, but...
You're back! Any luck finding what we need for the Terra Ray Grounder?
Here's the pinwheel.
It sure is. I'll finally be able to give those winged monstrosities what for. Here's your pay for helping me put the finishing touches on this thing.
Force Magnum? Alright, no, I'm not going to be mean to him.
Thanks again for your help, Inspector. Thanks for your help with the Terra Ray Grounder.
Alright, so what did we get? An electric pistol. It turns out that you can't have too much of a good thing. Well, you can have something that's useless. Alright, Cyrek, have a good one! Guess that's all there was for us to do here, then. We can't go to the spaceport, so we have to... we have to find a way into R&D. I wonder if we need to go back to the penthouse suite and talk to Ludovico and ask him for access. Wait a minute. There's a new mod in here. Coat of Arms. Oh, reduces companion ability cooldown. Junk. Okay, this is going to be a little bit risky, so I probably better save. Oh, there's an invisible wall. Huh. Because they didn't want us exploring... Yep. Well... Oh, okay, this must be his, point of interest exterior engine. Okay, so he must have already put up the... Yeah, okay, of course. Look at this. Gaseous Terror Ray, huh? Yeah, alright. Well, at least his invention is working. Goodness sake. There we go. Like, if you could even get in one of these and fly it around, this is a little tug. That would be really helpful, but I guess not. Alright, in that case, the only other thing I can think to try is to go back to the penthouse suite and contact Ludovico.
Aha! Oh. Next stop.
All right. Let's see.
Inspector?
Nothing. I'm fresh out of ideas then. I have no idea where we would go for this key card.
You think they'll let us expense the booze?
Huh. Well, I'll have to review the quest log again because I'm stumped. Yeah, Hunter, but progress itself appears to be progress gated. Like, I've come up against a wall with all 3 of the main quests. I can't complete Prince of Tossball because I can't get into the spaceport. I can't complete the Prophet of Profitability quest because I can't get into the Exploitation Reserve. And I can't complete this quest because I can't get into the R&D lab. They're all gated. You need an item to get through each of them, but I don't know where any of the items are. And I've looked just about everywhere I can think of to look, and I haven't found anything.
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never gonna get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
So I'm trying to figure out what areas I haven't yet visited, or that I might need to revisit. Went into a private tour. So the only potential idea that I have is that maybe we somehow have to start a tour. It did say check the Nut Hut to start a tour, and that might get us into R&D. But the door to R&D said that we need a key card. So I don't know. Then again, the door to room A2 also said we needed a key card, and that ended up not being the actual way to get in. Ricelin! Thank you so much for what I'm guessing was a 10-pound donation. Ricelin says, just a tiny token of appreciation for a fine lad. Oh, geez. And maybe, just maybe, to get him to use any Dortmund strings, bring Halland to Man United. I'm afraid that's a little bit beyond my capability. Ricelin, I'm sorry. Ask for 180 million. We have to start somewhere, don't we? Lol. Thank you so much, Ricelin. I seriously appreciate that. I wish I could help with the sports, but I don't really even know how to do a sports. Hey, Ezreal! Welcome back. Light assault. Wait a minute. Quiet muzzler, firing noise. What? Mag to melt? Where the heck did I pick this up? Did I unequip that from somebody by accident? Guess not. Oh, it's at max level. Okay. Well, let's see. 2400 DPS as opposed to 1300. Then again, the flamethrower is more, but alright, I guess we'll have to... What did I say we were going to do? Oh yeah, we were going to try to see if we could start a tour. Alright, overseeing Orchard's office, Purpleberry Knot Hut.
Hi again. Might I recommend a Rizzo's Dark Matter bar? It's so dark not even light can pierce it. Isn't science wonderful? Now I'd love to get you something. Maybe a couple somethings? Whatever you like,
Anything you can tell me about the Orchards?
I'm so glad you asked. The Orchards are my third favorite subject, with my first being Rizzo's refreshing drinks and my second being Rizzo's toothsome confectionaries. Our orchards are the source of 63% of Rizzo's total produce, which correlates to 112% of fresh goods throughout all of Halcyon. Give or take a few percent, of course. If you want to know more about each part of the orchards, might I recommend one of our fantastic tours? One of our options is even audio-guided as a special bonus feature.
Okay, it's beginning to sound as though that might actually be the solution. I wish that too, Hunter. I wish there was some way to get rid of these parasites. Might be interested in hearing more about your tours.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Our tours are my fourth favorite subject. Every part of the orchards is so rich with Rizzo's lore. Buy a tour ticket and anoint yourself with knowledge.
Not that I know of, Riceland, no. I am playing this on PS5, but I couldn't find anything on PSN about a PS5 upgrade for this game, so I'm guessing that it's just backwards compat because, or some sort of emulation. Because it still has the same load times on PS5 that it did on PS4. No, Bird Teeth, it's a parasite engorged in her neck. They appear to be mind control parasites. They force the host to smile, and they make the host universally happy, but also potentially homicidally unstable. What are my options?
We have 3 tour options: Premium, Premium Plus, and the Golden Ticket. Each option is wonderful in its own special way. Premium includes a 10-minute pass to the Sprat Petting Zoo. Premium Plus comes with the novelty Purpleberry and Amber, and the Golden Ticket is audio-guided in addition to being self-guided.
All right, I guess I'll take a ticket.
Which kind would you like?
I guess I probably need the golden ticket.
You're in luck. We have 1 left. Normally they're 100 bits, but seeing how I'm sold out of everything else, I can give it to you for just 90. How does that sound?
I mean, that's 10% better than 100. I guess I'll take it.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Halcyon Helen was in the orchards before she died. Have you seen her?
No, I'm sorry. The only celebrity who shopped recently is Black Hole Birdie. Quite the affable man, as it so happens. And the stories are wrong. He could probably lift 2 benches of tossball players at once, not just 1. Laws, not just affable, but virile, too. Ooh, wait a minute. Now that his beau's dead, that means Birdie's single. Maybe I'll strike up a little more than conversation the next time he comes by.
You're gonna need to get rid of that thing on your neck first. Wow, for your first date, you should take him to see a Halcyon Helen movie. Jeez. You do know he's a suspect in Helen's murder investigation, right?
Oh, my! Birdie, a murderer? Well, everyone has their flaws. I'll be sure not to bring it up on our first date.
Jesus.
No, and the stories are wrong.
Oh, and we can't get any of those other options again, huh? All right. Well, let's see if we can... Actually, do I have that quest highlighted? I do. Let's see if we can get into R&D. I really hope we don't have to go in order. I really hope we don't have to go through the entire...
Stand in awe before our huge Rizzo's Hothouse Conservatory trademark. This building hosts almost as many plant breeds as we have delicious products. Almost. Are you wondering about that omnipresent warm and fragrant mist? That's just our all-natural fertilizing spray, made of pureed Sissy Pig waste products. From nature, back to nature. Our spray is part of the cycle of life. Note, Rizzo's discourages inhalation of its safe and natural liquid fertilizer. In case of accidental inhalation, please record any unusual effects and give that record to the nearest Rizzo's employee as quickly as possible. Remember, you are part of the Rizzo's family. Be kind to your family.
All right, she came through here. Ended up here. We found the warning note. And we need to get into R&D. Oh, but there's no... Oh, come on. There's no tour speaker near R&D, so I guess that idea's out. Well, what else then? The Hive building was supposed to be, or, well, it was sealed. I don't know if it was supposed to be sealed, but...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So these go this way.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to...
Incoming!
Down at me!
I just wanted to make you smile!
Parvati!
Wow, not even a scratch!
On any other occasion, I would not mind Parvati's posterior in my face, but when I'm trying to aim at an enemy, really is not the time. Damn it, I always accidentally use those. Ugh. Alright, we found more footprints over this way.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Here they come!
Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, Riceland, not me, as you can clearly tell. Granted, I also didn't see the enemies until it was too late. They kind of blend in with the environment.
Got it? Inside voices.
Actually, though. Now that I know they're there. Jeez, there's a lot of these guys.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay, it looks as though these sublight guys got reamed by the drunk primals who were addicted to Rizzo's products.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
I see that there are more over there, but let me just loot the last, last primal corpses. Actually, I don't see them. Whatever. That's the problem. It's really easy to lose corpses. I think there is... Yeah, okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Wrecked picnic. Oh, well. There we go. Oh, and that appears to be a key card. Ah! R&D Lab Security Key access card. For Rizzo's research and development, if you're reading this warning anywhere other than the labs, please return it to the labs for only moderate extreme pay deduction and a mild reduction of working fingers. Screw that. What happened here? The shaft of the tossball stick is bent and cracked, exceeding tossball regulation requirements. The end of the tossball stick is matted with Rizzo's dark
Bits of
matter.
wicker detected, embedded within the chunks of dark matter. Wicker is not a known ingredient of the dark matter product.
Ah. And yet, of course, we don't have enough. Examine the end of the stick. Looks as if someone used this tossball stick to completely obliterate a picnic basket. Maybe it's some kind of upper-class mating ritual.
The only members of a tossball team strong enough to crack a stick in two are the dedicated hackers, like Black Hole Birdie. Whatever Ms. Ruth Bellamy must have relayed to the tossball hacker during their picnic together instigated a furious increase in his usual strength threshold by 52%.
Something went wrong here. I really hope it wasn't the food.
Well, either that, or it was one of the primals that did it. Really wish I had the strength or the two-handed melee skill. To be able to have used one of those options, but... Oh! Azrael! Butter chicken, huh? Riceland, yeah, I will say, FPS games are not my forte, but there have been a couple of them over the years. I mean, I've only really played a couple of them over the years, but the couple that I've played have genuinely surprised me with their quality, such as Far Cry 4 and this. And yeah, Azrael, butter chicken is... It's funny you mention it, because that's one of Marcus's favorite Indian dishes. I remember talking to him about it, and he really likes it. I actually have never had it, believe it or not. I've had a lot of more complex dishes, but never had butter chicken. It just never seemed interesting or exciting to me enough to try. I always would go for the more adventurous stuff, so I always just sort of ignored it.
Hello? I can hear you out there. If you still possess the majority of your mental capacities, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass.
Alright. First, though, I'm gonna sticky finger everything here. Yoink.
How in the aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized. Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will.
Interesting, Azrael. I guess I'll have to try it. Oh, wow, okay. Well, maybe I should have invested in lie. I'm investigating Halcyon Helen's murder. Was she here recently? Who are you? Just exploring. Boy, this place has seen better days.
Pardon the blue blazes out of me, but who in the name of the Eternal are you? I'll have you know, I am Dr. Leora Blossom, the head of research and development, and you are standing in my lab, uninvited. Now, perhaps you couldn't tell by the empty lobby and general state of disarray, but this is no time to be playing games.
Something's obviously going on here. You really want to sass me right now?
No, you're right. Listen, I'll be direct with you. You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab.
The very same, Azrael, yes. Isn't anything you can do to help?
Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower levels of the lab. Perhaps you'll find some useful apparatus or two in them.
I probably could have hacked those doors anyway, but... Ah, very good, Azrael. Marcus is a great guy and a good friend. Didn't see any hostiles on the way here from the entry door. You could make a run for it.
And lose my life's work? You want me to just burn my lab and my entire future to the ground over one experiment that's gotten rather out of hand? No, I think not. We merely need to clean up the mess, so to speak. Reset the lab back to functional parameters.
Clean up the mess? These are people's lives you're speaking of.
Staff can be replaced, you know. Research data? Now that's invaluable.
Typical corporate attitude. So the parasites must have been developed here. What goes on in these labs that would turn your researchers against you?
Oh no. They're quite unaware of their actions, I'm afraid. We're a research and development branch of Rizzo's, focused primarily on the Spectrum vodka line. But the specific research that goes on in this facility is utterly confidential. You understand?
I'll find out when I hunt through the labs. You might as well tell me up front.
So you've no qualms about snooping through my precious research files. But will you understand the data once you've acquired it? Essentially, we research new innovations for an array of Rizzo's products. My present troubles stem from one we've just developed. The product's potential for profit is nearly limitless. But I'm afraid explaining the science behind it would far exceed your capability for understanding.
Try me. Oh, 150 science? Come on. Sudden onset of violence indicates some sort of quick-acting neurological agent. Yeah.
Now, was there anything else?
I can take care of your problem, but I'll need you to answer some questions
Excellent.
afterward.
You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent visit as well. Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the utility room.
These people don't deserve to die, Captain. Let's try using the sedative.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
Could I achieve 150 science skill? 26. Engineering. I probably could if I brought Sam.
Ah, you're still alive. Oh no, we're... The product...
Okay.
As if I could...
In that case, I think we might need to come back with Sam. Because this, I'm fairly confident we can achieve. So Sam... Yes, science. Okay.
Aha!
So this puts us at... We might need to snoof some drugs in order to get a sufficient amount of science skill for this, but... Hack 155. Science 147. Actually, we might be able to achieve it through equipment. Dialogue skills, leadership skills, stealth skills, long guns, stealth, hack. Okay. We just need to go back to the unreliable and get some equipment that has tech skill bonuses. Or actually...
Didn't I request no more fertilizer shipments be brought on board? Who keeps ordering these?
Alright.
I've shut off the visual feed from my ocular inputs in the captain's quarters, so you're free to disrobe whenever you'd like.
Thanks, Ada. Alright. Dialogue. Engineering plus 15. Bonus to headshot damage. Intimidate and lie. Cause bleed. Sneak attack damage. Lockpick, handgun TTD drain. Defense, perception. Perception. Ah, tech skills. Which now puts us at... Oh, we have to go outside before we can... Alright. Well, let's try this again. So, with a full party... Okay, 157 science. Excellent. So let's go get that dialogue option. Oh, I hope you're all right, Rolls. If you're feeling tired, go get some rest. Exactly, Execurin, or to make yourself think you're smarter. Or to make the other person think you're smarter. Oh, but now I don't have enough persuade. So I have to be able to pass a persuade check and the science check simultaneously. Persuade 85. Well, that's kind of not fair. I wonder if we could... One-handed melee. Dialogue skills. Okay, persuade 105. Well, I'll look like an idiot, but...
Oh no. They're quite we're... So you've no qualms. The products...
As I was trying to say before... Okay, Rolls, have a good one. Take care. Good night. A sudden onset of violence indicates some sort of quick-acting neurological agent. Try me.
I've underestimated you. Yes, it seems to be an adverse effect of several organisms attaching to a subject. Quite unnerving.
Okay, so one parasite on a subject makes them overly happy. More than one makes them go crazy.
Need a cleaner? Call Sam. Our units are the best in the biz.
Oh, that's good.
Staff can be replaced, you know. As if I could...
All right.
Yet another researcher killed in the line of duty. Who knew research and development was such a dangerous profession?
Who indeed? Before Rizzo's was the confectionery juggernaut you know and love today, it was an above-average chemical waste management corporation. On one otherwise unremarkable day, an employee on the slurry-stirring shift leaned a little too far over a chemical vat, dropping a single purple berry that had been hidden in his jacket pocket. Instead of being immediately fired for his hazardous incompetence, the employee was given an ultimatum by his supervisor. Retrieve the fallen fruit and stay employed. The employee jumped into the vat, swam for the purple berry, and accidentally swallowed it. The rest is history. After he was pulled from the toxic waters, the stirrer stated that the chemical-coated purple berry hadn't been half bad before falling into a toxic coma, giving his supervisor the idea to sterilize and adjust the chemical mixture for human consumption. Soon, the sour, sweet-coated purple berries were more or less edible, becoming Rizzo's first mass-marketed product, the Purple Berry Bunch. Wow. In-freaking-credible. To Department Utilities Subject Cleanup Request. From Department Reception to Utility. Hello, I'm so sorry I haven't had the chance to get your name yet and update the terminal. When you have a moment, could you bring a mop to the lobby? Dr. Blossom seems to have had a rather rough night and spilled some coffee on the floor. Thank you. The Architect's Blue Blazes is going on! From Blossom to Department All. What in the blessed corporate law is all that commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combustion distillery mixture was scheduled for another week. Could someone please inform me as to what the racket is about? You better have a damn good reason for interrupting my meeting with the administrator. I expect a full explanation and apology within the next 15 minutes, or people are going to start losing jobs. View recent appointments. Ms. Ruth Bellamy. Description lab tour. Administrator Ludovico. Description product presentation. Alright, well, after all that, let me go back and get Parvati. Because I am sure not about to do this without her. Okay.
Now, hold on. What happens if we hit the wall? Most likely, the bullet will ricochet, which could be bad. Or hilarious. There's a tiny chance of a hull puncture, which would suck us into space one chunk at a time. Bad and hilarious.
Ugh. Just imagining that makes me sick.
That's why we don't miss.
Okay! I don't want to know what you ladies are planning, but I want no part of it. All right. Sam and Vicar Max rather, and Parvati. Okay, well, we seem to have our answer about the parasites. They were definitely developed by Dr. Blossom. Come on. It is so hard to highlight these destinations. Ugh. Yeah, I really wish that when a destination marker was directly underneath or on top of... I couldn't zoom in anymore, Super EJ. I was already zoomed in as far as I could zoom. I wish that they would let you switch between markers that are highlighted, because... not being able to select a destination that the current quest marker is attached to is a huge inconvenience. And frankly, I'm quite surprised that they haven't fixed that yet. Because presumably, if your quest marker is on a location that you want to fast travel to, you'd think that there would be some way of highlighting the fast travel option rather than the quest marker, but the quest marker seems to take precedence, which is silly. All right, then. Where did this come from? Okay, that's sealed. That is also sealed. I guess we have to go through here. Employee notification terminal. Mind the gas canisters. Hello, everyone. This is your friendly custodial staff offering a preemptive apology. The elevator hall is crowded with gas canisters. There are quite a few of them and only one of me, so I'm moving them in loads down to the utility room. Do be cautious, they're filled with a sedative potent enough to put a hungry mama raptidon out cold. I bet they are. Or just a button that lets you hot toggle between them, Azrael, like pressing square while highlighting a quest marker with a fast travel destination underneath it should just switch them. Dear esteemed colleagues, my team and I are all heading to the Grand Colonials Bar this evening for some drinking and fellowship. All real scientists are welcome to join us. You know, the ones that produce quantifiable data and theorems and don't spend their time jabbering over how this lighting on that bottle will increase customer sentiment. Cheers from some who understands that market researchers aren't real scientists. Wow. Team, as we continue our new round of research and product development, I am increasing the required safety gear for lab workers involved. As some of you know, a few recent accidents involving subjects have left workers maimed, scarred, and one worker had their left hand permanently discolored to a shade of lime green. Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs is expected to continuously produce revolutionary advancements in the food and beverage industry. These measures will help us in further pursuit of that mission. Okay. Fine. Yeah, Slicks. I've seen it on occasion myself. Exactly, Azrael. Something identical to that would be perfectly sufficient to solve this problem. You'd think it could be just added in as a hotfix or something, and there is certainly a precedent for patch updates to this game. Oh, biohazard. Okay, good. Welcome back, Monotone. I hope you got in some quality time with Schnoofy Boy. Oh, really, Azrael? You're a UI tester? I had no idea. Yeah, I bet he is monotone. I bet he's always got his nose somewhere it probably shouldn't be. Especially when you have food. I had a dog once. I know exactly how it is. He really likes to eat pine cones? That's odd, monotone. I wonder what it is about those that he loves so much. Oh, okay, Azrael. Interesting. I learned something new about a viewer today. Ah, monotone, that was a wise decision not to let him have people food. He'll never figure out how much he loves it unless he actually gets a bite. You just better hope you don't actually drop anything on the floor. Oh, that's entirely possible, monotone. It might be that he's still teething, which would explain why he likes things with crunchy textures. Then again, what dog isn't obsessed with sticks? Yeah, most dogs are like vacuum cleaners. I know that mine certainly was. Azrael, he's still basically a puppy. Monotone, if you have a picture of him you want to throw in chat, go ahead. He's an adorable little schnoofy boy. Pardon me for a moment, everyone. I'm going to have a little bit of tea here while we have a moment. Okay. Hello, Cookie is Cream. Welcome. Okay. None of this stuff is interactive. Ah. Rupturing host. Delirious, delicious euphoria when you're a little too happy. This worker's state of mind has been altered, risking an increase in their aggression by 100%. Oh, blasted, I wasn't supposed to do that. We were supposed to keep them alive. Oh, there he is. Thank you, Monotone. Look at this little schnoofy boy. Look at him. Huh. Yeah, Riceland. I used to work with kids, including some very, very picky ones, so I know how that is. I mean, I used to be a very picky one myself. Not so much now. Terminal in the utility room that could disperse a sedative. Terminal in the utility room. Utility terminal. Bard? What do you mean, Bard? Well, what the hell good does that do? There must be some other way to unlock the utility room. Alright, this is the bathroom. No open vents. Alright, this whole side trip was a waste. So not here. In that case... Okay, that's not a real door. Anybody here? No. Ah! Yes, okay. Evidence of work on the parasites. Disgusting little things. Oh, God. Alright, this appears to be an incinerator. Disposing of evidence, huh? Eric, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. How are you doing, Eric? It's good to see you. All right, Monotone, what did you figure out? Oh. Big picks. Somebody tried very hard to get through here. Well enough, thank you, Eric. What the? Sulfur-soaked top hat. This top hat once belonged to Captain Phaeson of Byzantium, last seen on Terran Monarch, standing much too close to the edge of a sulfur pit. This pungent accessory should serve as a reminder of the many terrible dangers found on Monarch, and a further example of why no self-respecting Halcyonite should ever visit. What? Why is this even here? Well, if the maintenance closet is barred, then how the hell are we supposed to... How are we supposed to access the... Yeah, Monotone, well, so do I. It's quite clear that the parasites are the source of the psychoactive agent. I don't know, I don't remember if you were here when we deduced that, but...
And lose... We...
Clean up?
Staff can be replaced. We... Call me a skeptic, but... As if I could...
So, no hints about the maintenance terminal. Oh, that's great. Maybe it's in here. Maybe we have to get in there somehow. Ah. Well,
Fine kill.
wait a minute. Usual violence remains a constant solution. Enemies remaining. What? Wait a minute. I wasn't supposed to kill the parasite?
I hear something. Get ready. I just want to be your friend.
Got it. Heads down.
Did make it in here. Hoping that... Alright, view lab notes. Our discovery. Finally finished our first set of experiments on those parasites we harvested from the infected would-be attraction animals. And the results have been, what the hell am I doing? Why am I taking this tone? Who's going to see this aside from members of the research team? I barely need mention how beyond completely phenomenal today's find has been. Not only have we discovered why Harold, the system's saddest teacup canid, had his remarkable turnaround. Frankly, I'm amazed no one realized something was awry earlier. His cage was only about as large as he was. By the way, Myers, there goes your daily adreno injections theory, you buffoon. But we've also found something that will find me to a vice presidential position in no time. Remind me to devote a bench commemorating the Rizzo's semi-industrial exploration team for giving their lives to bring back the Eridanum gigaseus from the holy caves. Wow! I'll also be certain to devote an even larger bench to myself for finding the birth site of the parasites and ordering experiments to start. I've already been in talks with management about ideas for products that could utilize the parasites' joy-intensifying hormones. It's amazing that Slug hasn't looked deeper into this. We may have had to cede them the land, but seemingly they haven't disturbed our research site. Well, their oversight is Rizzo's immense benefit. Great job, me. Dr. Blossom. Yeah, okay, self-congratulatory. Today's incident. Sure, some of you are still shaken by the events earlier today, but the course of science never did run smooth. The benefits of our research are easily worth the potential risks associated. Garcia would most certainly agree if she were still alive. I've talked to Administrator Ludovico about setting up some additional security measures in case of another test subject breach. In the meantime, for the love of the architect, do not infect an individual test subject with more than one parasite. The frenetic joy will have to be enough, at least for now. Still looking into promotional means, but I think we'll find something soon. Some Rizzo's product engineers have discussed mass-producing the parasites and placing them in some kind of beverage to evenly distribute the joy-inducing hormone. Things still seem very promising. I look forward to the day when I can leave this backwater facility. This idiot, in her blind ambition, is going to destroy the colony. What do you prefer instead, Ricelin? Slug Lab. Blossom demanded we help engineering team produce a gas that would target the neural links of individuals infected by Eridanium gigaseus. And we did, and it was simple enough. Just isolated a particular cell type only found in the parasites and produced an enzyme that should shock them temporarily into stasis. But you better believe the second it came time to tell the administrator about it, she was the one who had developed the gas, and she was the one who had been primarily working with engineering to get everything together. He takes credit for the initial finding, and even after Dr. Garcia's death, which was basically all Dr. Blossom's fault, she still somehow manages to find a way to spin things in her favor. Some of the other researchers were talking about altering the gas not to target the test subjects, but to target her, and for it not to render its target unconscious but dead. I wouldn't write this down, but I know Dr. Blossom doesn't read log entries she didn't write. Tell you, their ideas are beginning to seem more and more appealing. Well, I'm beginning to understand why. Cadaver removal. From slug to utility. At your earliest convenience, the Slug Lab requires your sanitation services for cadaver removal. There are 2 bodies at present in the labs, 1 scientist and 1 test subject. Send a team to move the personnel corpse to the incinerator. After this, please send a hazard team to dispose of the test subject. For highly classified reasons, the corpse can emit certain chemical compounds that are extremely dangerous if mishandled. Please don't skimp on the protective gear. We'd hate to have to hire a separate utility team to pick up the bodies of yours. Wow. Well, Riceland, having to read a log is definitely not quite as dynamic or as human as, for example, talking to an NPC. I can certainly appreciate that. Oh, hi, Yami. Yeah, you certainly have, Yami. The DLC has certainly been par for the course so far. Oh, and then this is that message from Blossom.
Hmm?
Well, what the hell? That terminal didn't unlock the door. View lab notes. Messages. Not yet, Yami, no. Halcyon Helen. Dr. Blossom, we're thrilled to hear the news that Rizzo's secured Halcyon Helen as a spokesperson for the new Spectrum product. Our data shows she has favorable dispositions in many key categories, including the coveted 1834 regularly employed existential crisis demographic. We'd be happy to show her some of our product advertisement ideas. Stop immediately. I'm sending this message to both teams in marketing and product labs. I do not know the extent of your squabbles, but they end here. If it weren't for the incredible projections Spectrum Brown shows, we'd all be out of work after that embarrassment at the presentation. I expect more from both departments. And then there's this one again.
They've reproduced all the comforts of home. Only difference being the Byzantium elites aren't the only parasites here.
Wow.
What could that have been?
Hell, how am I ever supposed to get into that stupid supply closet? The only thing I can think is that I might have to get in from up above because there was clearly no way in from below. And actually, beginning to look like that might be the case because this room, I bet I can hack or pick. Optional offices. Okay. Well, no. I don't believe we will. What? How the hell? Ow! Directly under her office, but... Oh, hello, Bone Score. Welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Can't even use her terminal. Who ate my lunch? Huh. Well, Bone Score, I'm liking it enough that this is now the third time I'm playing it. I finished the base game in the first DLC. I'm now working on the second DLC, which just came out. Great, and that's also sealed. What are we even supposed to do to get into that stupid room? Oh, okay, it looks like there's a hole in the wall. Well, Bone Score, it's good enough to keep playing. And I'm also out of absolutely everything else to play, so... Bit of a combination of factors, really. Yeah, never mind that, Azrael. They all fit in my pocket, no problem. Week Old Meat, this game is about a dystopian corporate society in the far future where the corporations run absolutely everything. All right. We need to get into this big room. Okay, Monotone, take care. Have a good one. I will catch up with you whenever you have a moment. If you still want to, your call. Well, Week Old Meat, if companies like Amazon and Google and Facebook continue being successful with government lobbying, yes. New lab notes, product innovation. Trial K08 has produced moderate results. The zero-calorie sweetener produces 36% of the amount of dopamine compared to popular cigarette brands. It's possible that this is as far as we can go without introducing substances that would categorize this as a tobacco product, and we're already towing the line as it is. I'm interested in a trial with a larger set of subjects. However, our lab's resources are getting cut thanks to the new lab that's begun across the hall. Maybe we can offer it to our colleagues in the marketing lab, show them a thing or two regarding proper science. Lab resources. Dr. Blossom, I apologize, but wouldn't I be doing the team an injustice? Wouldn't I be doing the team justice if I didn't question the budget cuts this lab has seen? We've had to shelve 3 products and we're losing 2 more researchers? Honestly, whatever's being developed in the lab across the hall better be more addictive than Adrena time. Marketing lab. Apologize for our team's outburst at the product presentation. I assure you we didn't intentionally mean to scream in terror and assume the fetal position when Spectrum Brown and its slogan were unveiled. It has to be something the marketing lab did. For law's sake, they aren't even real scientists. Ah. Okay.
Whoa, that's a lot of Rizzos.
Yes, and now if we can only sneak... through this little hole in the wall. Yes, okay, here we are. Memo, new employee orientation. Welcome, insert name here. We're happy to have you as the new mechanic custodian at insert location. It's your responsibility to ensure your location of employment is tidy and works like a charm. Your duties include, but are not limited to, cleaning of all surfaces, regular maintenance of all machinery, restocking employee break areas, maintenance of all electrical systems, keeping inventory of the location's operational item reserves, voluntary assistance for the lab's research as needed. Wow! Maintaining thorough documentation for your possible successor. We know that sounds like a lot, but don't worry. Your predecessor has kept thorough documentation for your needs that you can find on this terminal. We hope you're excited to begin this most fulfilling career. And remember, whoa, 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 it's Rizzo's. How to be a janitor. Training file corrupted. Please guess how to do your job to the best of your ability. Amazing. Dispense sedative gas. Well, actually, first, logs. First day. I've gotten 17 requests from the lab workers that I had to respond to, and also managed to find time to sweep, mop, and buff this whole place. I was hoping that the employee how-to document would help with some of these machines that I've never seen before in my life. But guess what? That asshole left it completely blank. Got a request from Dr. Blossom to hook up the gas lines to some canisters that are mixed with a heavy sedative for dispersal in the lower labs. Lucky I've got enough experience cleaning all the muck that builds up in the vents to get it all done in a couple days. Still, I wonder what they're needing this for. I think they took the last of the Raptidons out of this lab last week. I guess the pheromone flavoring results weren't as promising as they'd hoped. Experiment participation? Jackpot. Since I read that stupid orientation document, I've been hoping they'd ask me to volunteer for something, and here it is. I get to be a taste tester for the newest Spectrum flavor. I'm heading to the lab right after I fix the clog in the showers. So exciting. Well, I think I can guess how that went for this poor guy. Disperse sedative gas.
My pacing delirious employees have ceased. So I presume the sedative worked. Please return for consultation at once. And do remember, unauthorized access to confidential Rizzo's information is a capital offense.
Yeah, you can take my capital offense and... Well, now that they've been properly pacified, time to loot. Something like that, Yami. I was going somewhere with that, but... So, functionally, it appears that the gas just killed all the enemies, but it did so without flagging them as killed.
Nicely done.
And this is why I end up with so much ammo. It's just all over the place. Okay, that's the exit. There an enemy in here? Oh, there he is. Well, Yami, it's not. And I suspect this is probably the reason why, is because they just inundate you with so much of it over the course of the game that by the time you get here, you're swimming in it. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything, because I did walk by a bunch of stuff when I was attempting to sneak by the crazy enemies. Alright, and I guess we're not getting through here at all. Well, Yami, the Tinker Cost cap only seems to apply to science weapons. It doesn't seem to apply to weapons of any other type. Or if it does, then it's such a high cap that it's worthless. They were certainly cutting open these parasites. Oh, it's just a very high cap? Well then, Yami, it's useless. Because it's so high that it might as well not exist. If they capped it at, like, 2,000 bits per upgrade, then that would be a little bit more reasonable. But they let it get up to, like, tens of thousands. So it's totally pointless. There's no point in it even existing. Oh, it's more than that, Yami. Okay, well, why even have it then? Alright, well, I think we've explored everything. That's the way out. This is the parasite lab. I don't see anything else in here that could potentially be used to blackmail her. Oh, okay, this is where we got the tactical shotgun. So... Is there anything left upstairs?
Just who in the... Oh my law. It's you. Wait. What do you think you are?
Oh.
Dr. Blossom? Captain, we gotta hurry.
Maybe we should not have come up here. Yeah, there's, it looks like there's nothing else. Oh, wait, no, this is open now. Okay.
Somebody didn't want us talking to Dr. Blossom. You think it was Miss Helen's killer?
I guess. Now we get her office key card. Amazing.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Good. Yeah, I bet there's one.
Detected nearby.
Hello, Ultra Chibi. Yes, it does. This game has nothing to do with New Vegas. The writing is about the same quality, but... Oh, okay. This must be the other side of that, that door down below. Aha! What have we here?
Not gonna... Oh, whoops. There it is. Okay. This is... Phew. This is Dr. Blossom. Eridanium gigaseous Slug Research Report 1. Subject: a bunch of slugs. Ugh. These things may well be Rizzo's ticket to the top of the board. But at the end of the day, they still look like my brother would if he ever stopped wearing that damn toupee. Initially found these little bastards suckling on the hairy undersides of a teacup canid. Much like my brother, who works for the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. The backstabber. Suffice it to say that these things are parasites. The canid didn't seem to mind, but it's almost as stupid as my research staff. Good stuff. Oh, whoops. Got some spectrum on the dissection subject. It's fine. Yeah, I think I see a couple sacs in the worm. Might secrete enzymes or poison or something. We'll figure it out later. Starting to see doubles, so I'm going to switch to working on the Gatling. Almost got the spectrum lock done.
The Gatling, huh?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
All right, all right. Yeah, Yami, that's ridiculous.
Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead. But recently, they were still alive.
Search the immediate area. Though you distinctly remember hearing gunshots over the intercom, you don't see any bullet casings. Whoever Dr. Blossom confronted over the intercom, they dispatched her and all four of these scientists without much resistance. Means they must be well trained, some kind of sharpshooter or adventurer. Examine the body. You're sure you heard gunshots earlier, yet this victim's loss of blood is oddly minimal. After much thought, you're unable to deduce any further details.
Did the device find anything? Besides the obvious, I mean.
5 kills, in and out before we could catch a glimpse of the culprit? I'd expect more blood.
As would I. Something is off about this whole situation.
They were probably using the needler, because it doesn't seem to draw as much blood. Oh, and there's something over here.
The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned.
All right, then. Yeah, that's worthless then, Yami. View download confirmation. Error file deleted was successfully downloaded to external data cartridge. Okay, so somebody downloaded a file from here. Messages from Ludovico regarding Helen's lab tour. To Blossom, apologies for the late notice, but Miss Bellamy has requested a tour of the facilities while she's visiting Eridanos' Halcyon and Helen. Please prepare for her arrival in the morning. Note to self. Well, Leora, you did it again. At long last, you located a bottle of Spectrum Black hidden in a crevice of musty shelf space in the storage warehouse last night. That much closer to finally getting the Spectrum Gatling to work. And what happened? You got all the way back to the water tower before running into a group of primals already diverting themselves with fruits of the fermented variety. One bad blackout later, and here you are, covered in primal vomit without the Spectrum Black. Get it together. Spectrum Gatling, huh? All the way to the water tower. Oh, and that's this message. Files. Error file deleted. Parasite findings. Tests involving the parasite Eridanium gigaceus, colloquially dubbed slugs, have produced astounding results. Even when compared against our most promising methods of producing a brain chemical dependency, the pheromone the Eridanium gigaceus secretes produces dopamine more efficiently than anything on record. Further tests will continue researching how much of the compound we can introduce to subjects and observe the effects. Despite our less than ideal presentation to administration, the product impressed for two main reasons. As mentioned before, this product will produce that boozy feel-good stimulus like no other, but more importantly, the pheromone's makeup is completely unique, which means there are no regulations surrounding its classification. The idea of a completely addictive product with zero laws surrounding it would certainly justify any means. And that is about as far as corporate dystopia can possibly go. Deliberately get your customers addicted to something because there are no laws regulating the compound you use to do it and no consequences. Con? KR? What are you talking about?
What kind of monster kills all these people over a data cartridge?
Somebody who wanted some of the research that was being done here. Ah, and this is the Spectrum Gatling. What do we have? Collect all 8 variants of Spectrum Vodka. View lab notes. The Gatling taunts me from behind its glass cage. The infernal void damn thing refuses to work, and I know the exact cause. It's me. Why am I wired like this? Why? Whenever I try to fiddle with the internals sober, I broke parts off, or connections failed to fire, or pieces stuck out of the casing and shorted out other components. So, of course, the solution was obvious. Get at least a little plastered prior to the work period, every work period. When I'm relaxed, my hands don't shake, and it's so much easier to see where things should fit or how to bridge certain connections. The problem, of course, is that I also get artistic. Why should a weapon work on mechanics alone? Why shouldn't you have to, say, slot one of every single fucking kind of Spectrum vodka into the thing before it will fire for the first time? I don't even know if it's tied to the weapon's internals or if it's some kind of lock, but it seems like it should fire, and it absolutely will not. I have to get one of every kind of Spectrum, including black. I can only hope the storage warehouse has had a recent shipment of the entire spectrum, or all this work will have been for nothing. I have to be the dumbest genius this side of Halcyon. Oh, never seen it, KR. Sorry, no idea. Oh, really, Super EJ? That must be the most irritating thing in the world to have to deal with. Really good at his job, but always drunk. Yeah, that's a pain. Regita, it appears to be some sort of alcohol gun. Open case. Error, not all Spectrum flavors are present. Alright, so hang on a minute. She said she found a bottle of Spectrum Black. You got all the way back to the water tower. Okay, so I guess we need to go to the water tower in order to find the Spectrum Black we need for this, and apparently we also have to collect every other variety. Let's see, so... Purple Berry Shake, Spectrum Violet. Oh, we already have some Spectrum Black. The rarest and most expensive Spectrum vodka ever produced. Well, that solves that problem, I guess. So we've got Black and Violet. How many others are there, I wonder? Yeah, Super EJ, but depending upon how you subdivide colors, that could be a near infinite number of colors. Alright. What's all this, then?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, okay.
Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here, mere moments earlier in the timeline.
Examine the fuse box. You see a cut red wire. Likely you think it could have disrupted one of the circuits. Perhaps on the door lock regulation system.
See that red wire? Whoever cut that wire was trying to disrupt the circuit. They could have sealed the lab doors temporarily. At least until the failsafes kicked in.
Okay, examine the grate. It looks like a standard ventilation shaft. The dimensions would fit a small framed person, allowing them to enter here.
Looks like a standard ventilation shaft to me. Somebody around my size could have crawled in. Wouldn't have been comfortable or, you know, clean. Ventilation shafts usually turn into sprat nests.
Thanks, Parvati. I can't get in. Yeah, no. So somebody Parvati's size killed these folks, which means it couldn't have been a tossball player. Because those would be, very heavily built people. Hey, Floofin. So somebody small. Who is small that could have sealed? Right, hang on. Oh, okay. So that's nothing? Maybe that was a staircase. Oh wait, is that the elevator? Yes, it is. Okay. All right, you found evidence that a certain research file was downloaded to a data cartridge, then deleted from the terminal. Ludovico will want to hear the results. Dr. Blossom has been murdered. Use the discrepancy amplifier. Okay, we've fulfilled that objective, so then I guess... All right, Raceland, take care. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good night to you.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence.
Oh, good.
Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the waspitos for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
What is that sound? And why am I sure we're about to find out?
Administrator Ludovico can seem intimidating, but he's a decent fellow. I know he cares.
Oh, this guy has a parasite. Why are these people...
Quietly now. Nicely done.
Okay, this was the water tower, right? So, whoever the killer was appears to have... Oh, wait, no, this was... Whoever the killer was appears to have deliberately released the waspitos. We have here.
Reminder, waspitos are aggressive pollinators who have been known to be extremely territorial.
I think we might need the acid thrower for this job. Oh, the dissident queen. Okay, yep. Alright, I guess there's nothing else in here. Floofin, I don't remember the last time I heard anybody mention Dragonlance.
In the event you become trapped in a space with one or more waspitos, try standing still. Just kidding. You die long before a waspito grew tired of stinging you.
So we need to... What, we got an optional objective. Deal with the mosquito swarm. Someone has unleashed mosquitoes all throughout the orchards. Find a way to stop them before you're stung to death. Well, we know how to do that. We found out, God.
Here they come! Nice! Round and go!
Oh, that's it?
Don't mess with us.
Oh, I guess they don't drop anything. Well, that makes a certain amount of sense. Alright, somebody got in here. Clues are nearby, huh? What?
Mosquito stings have been known to cause auditory confusion before death. So, if you cannot understand this message, that may be why.
I'm supposed to be able to target something here, but I cannot target it. Oh. Aha! This multi-purpose tool would be nondescript anywhere else, but here there's something strange about it. Scan the chemical makeup of the multi-tool.
Tool is comprised of 99% plastic, 0.5% steel, and 0.5% carbonated sugary beverage. Trace amounts of kerosene, alcohol, hydrazine, and liquid hydrogen also detected.
Inspect the casing. Okay. This casing is pockmarked and scratched. It's been well used. You also notice an inch-long steel panel haphazardly nailed into its side. Oh, okay, so you can handle this either with strength, dexterity, or engineering. Construct a lever to remove the panel. You collect a nearby rod of metal and, sliding it beneath the panel, push down on it until the panel comes free. As it falls away, you see that it was hiding a slug logo. Yeah, this is really beginning to cast a veil of suspicion on Kincannon.
What did you find, Cap?
There were fuel traces on the multi-tool, could be from the docks or the distillation station. It's likely that whoever released the mosquitoes was a slug employee.
It seems our meddlesome inquiries may have touched a nerve.
There were fuel traces, could be from the docks or distillation.
You think it could be dissidents? Or some type of rival company?
Alright. Abort the pollinization cycle. Check recent activity. Pollinization cycle initiated at the order of authorized user. System has been illegally accessed by a person or persons not employed by Rizzos. Brute force to trigger an unscheduled pollinization cycle was used to override this device's protocols. Protected records and documents may be compromised. Caution is advised. To H. Lawson, real funny. From M. Chen to H. Lawson. Hilda, generally when two co-workers get blasted out of their minds on Spectrum Vodka and one of them makes a joke about how wild it would be if someone put wasps and mosquitoes together, he doesn't wake up the next day with a promotion and a couple 100,000 rabid insects on his back porch. I can appreciate a good joke as much as the next guy, but I got a message earlier today about making sure I increase quarterly yields, and it wasn't from you. If you wanted me to, I don't know, bail me out sooner rather than later, I'd be most obliged. Bail me out. Hilda, I'll put it bluntly. This place is one bad key press away from total disaster. Earlier today, I accidentally selected Begin Pollinization Cycle on this terminal. The cycle just activated. No password protection, no confirmation, message, nothing. As it so happened, there was a scheduled tour making its way through the orchards at about that moment. Somehow that idiot groundskeeper's exterminator mechanicals got activated, giving the Waspitos something to sting that wasn't the tour group. Those people barely got away with their lives, and I don't think we'll be so lucky next time. My supervisor has apparently scheduled me for some kind of standard medical treatment, but when I come back, I better have a message from you, apologizing for not responding to my messages and containing an immediate transfer to somewhere that isn't here. I've had enough, Morris. And I bet the medical treatment this guy got was the parasite, so I'm guessing his next message is going to be... Hilda, I reread my last message to you, and I feel I owe you the deepest and most heartfelt of apologies. I have been such an entitled bore since I received this promotion. In reality, I should have been thanking you. To oversee the day-to-day coming and going of creatures as majestic as these Waspitos is a great honor. Congratulations on your promotion, by the way. I would have thought I'd be mad, especially considering how central my Waspitos were to your new position. But since that treatment, I've found it difficult to stay mad about much of anything. I hope you enjoy Byzantium. Regards, Morris. Yeah, they used him as a test subject. Incredible. We hear Spectrum Yellow. All right, there's one to add to our collection. You know what? What are we even doing walking? Oh, I can't fast travel on your hostiles. Fantastic. Well, how about if we just run off to the least populated corner of the orchards? If you can, KR, I'm not sure how to do it. So I have to wonder if, it was actually Ruth Bellamy who died, because it would have had to be somebody small to fit into the grate. The Needler was removed from here in a hurry, and it is currently missing, and the bodies of the people that we just saw murdered were murdered by some sort of weapon that doesn't leave shell casings and that doesn't draw lots of blood, which matches the description of the Needler. And also, there are wigs here. So it's possible that somebody killed a surrogate and dressed her up as Helen. It might be that Ruth Bellamy was trying to fake her own death for some reason, and I could see why she would want to, given that Sublight seems to be onto whatever it was she was actually here for.
I understand there was an incident at the orchards. The pollination cycle began without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save most of the hive. The Waspitos are essential to the orchards, you see. Losing them would have cost us months of production.
And more than a few lives, that doesn't bother you?
The orchards can be a dangerous place, but my workers understand the hazards. Something about this incident troubles me. The circumstances are suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Have you discovered anything?
Reach for a cigarette. The plot thickens, Administrator. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna just play the inspector. I don't actually smoke, but we'll just light one and stand there holding it.
You have my attention.
Dr. Blossom is dead, murdered by an unknown killer.
That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist and a friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector, as if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility.
She was in trouble when I found her. Oh. All I know is she recognized the killer.
Interesting. The Rizzo's family is a small family, Inspector. Most of us recognize one another. Still, any information is good information. It troubles me to believe Leora could have been murdered by one of our own. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention.
Helen insisted on touring the Rizzo's RR&DD lab.
Insisted? That's interesting. We'd scheduled a tour of the lab for Helen. Purely a public relations event to be held sometime in the indeterminate future. Then again, Helen and I were not well acquainted. I can't speak to her intentions.
What were you going to show her during the tour?
Little of consequence. We'd tour the grounds, pause at some locations appropriate for a portrait, let her shake hands with our scientists. Public relations.
She spent a little time at the orchards. I found evidence she was at a picnic.
A picnic? I don't recall approving a private social gathering at the orchards. I'll have to make a note of this information. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Was there anything else?
Someone stole data from one of your terminals in the research and development department.
That's troubling, to say the least. Any transfer of proprietary data is strictly prohibited without my permission.
You can't steal that much data without an expensive cartridge. Our thief had resources. Interesting.
A clever deduction, Inspector. That gives us a little information to work with.
This happened just before the Wasp-Keto attack. Someone was trying to stop me.
Yes, I share your suspicions. Someone didn't want you following their trail. This feels like more than corporate espionage. Someone's playing with us, Inspector. And I have never in my life enjoyed games. Did you discover anything else?
So hang on, let's think about this. The culprit was somebody who had access to financial resources. They were working for Slug. They were well acquainted with Dr. Blossom. And they were of small enough stature to fit into a ventilation shaft in the R&D department. The only people that we've met so far whom that could be... Well, actually, there's only one person. The woman who sent us to look for that missing guard. I'll let you know if I learn anything else.
This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. I don't know how, but I feel it in my marrow. My apologies, Inspector. This case is under your jurisdiction, not mine. I leave it in your hands. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel coroner. She should have finished her autopsy by now.
Very good. Well then, back to the lobby. And we'd probably also better save. Mainly because I don't know what sorts of speech checks or general skill checks I might or might not need to pass.
To the lobby we go!
During the next interactions. Also, it's interesting that my allies are not shown with their helmets on in the penthouse, but they are shown with their helmets on in the Unreliable. All right, then.
The brochure never mentioned
Oh, the crime scene appears to have been... Huh. Okay. Somebody set up a shrine? What? The end of the spectrum. You found... Ask the Nut Hut vendor about Spectrum vodka. Found Spectrum... Red, orange, yellow, green, violet, and black. Red, orange, yellow, green, violet, black. Collect all 8? Wait a minute. Okay. So that will have to do another time, I guess, or when we're done here.
Yes? Are you here for the double rack of smoked sprat? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you'll have to wait. Oh, don't give me that look. Let me see if I can pencil you in for later. Actually, what am I saying? I can't do that. I'm booked for the next month. You'll have to make a reservation.
Why are you talking about food? Don't you care that a crime just occurred?
Crime or no crime, I must keep my head on my work. One does not simply become the head chef in all of Eridanos by fretting over irrelevant happenings.
I think you should fret. With this lockdown, you can't get any fresh ingredients.
Well, that's not entirely true. There are the purpleberry orchards and... No, you're right. I can't afford to skimp. Who exactly are you, anyhow? What is it you want?
I want to, catch Halcyon Helen's murderer, really.
You're the inspector? Here? Why... I mean... You may ask me whatever you want. I have nothing to hide.
You seem pretty wed to your craft. Were you in the kitchen at the time of the murder?
No. As it so happens, I was down in the employee break room. I wasn't taking an unsanctioned break, of course. I was merely fetching ingredients.
You said you were the hotel chef. What's that like?
I prep dishes day in and day out for guests, and while I doubt their palates are refined enough for my flavors, the work is rewarding. After all, I can take pride knowing that I simply am the best cook this side of Halcyon. No one else can even hope to compare.
Okay.
Hello again. You have a look that screams, I have something to ask you about. Well, please.
That's it, huh? Alright, hang on. Man who chafed. Chief among Helen's many injuries and afflictions at the time of her death were signs of poisoning. Identify who poisoned her and why could lead you to the real murder. Speak to Bellhop Owens. Owens was responsible for taking meals up to VIP guests, suggesting that Owens may have had something to do with the poisonings. The bellhop was last seen heading to the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Retrieve the kitchen security footage. Verify that Chef Anwar wasn't the only one handling food in the kitchen. Even if the footage doesn't exonerate him, at least cast some doubt that he was the poisoner. Footage can be retrieved from the constable's office at the docks. Speak to Dr. Goodnight. Okay. Wait for Piraeus spaceport access. Obtaining the kitchen security footage from the constabulary will have to wait. Okay. Oh, right, she'd be in her office, which is upstairs. Oh, God. Okay. So, what about them autopsy results?
Inspector, not a moment too soon. I've just finished my autopsy report.
Let's hear it.
Ruth Bellamy was killed by plasma damage to the upper vertebrae, the occipital bone, and the cerebellum. If it's any consolation, her death was instantaneous and painless. I've also discovered a poisonous compound in Miss Bellamy's stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Toxic, but not enough to kill her. Spencer Woolrich complained of a stomach ailment around the same time period. I assumed he was being, you know, Spencer. But now I'm not so sure.
You sure it wasn't just the hotel food?
The thought occurred to me. I tested this hypothesis by vacating the contents of my stomach and testing for the presence of the same toxin.
Oh, amazing!
Slightly elevated levels of mercury and an alarming amount of blue food coloring. But other than that, no. I'm certain it wasn't, as you put it, just the hotel food.
Hello, medic. Welcome. When we were talking, you called her Ruth Bellamy, not Halcyon Helen.
Oh, how curious. I do believe you're right. I wonder if this has something to do with the autopsy process. She was Halcyon Helen up until the moment I brought her to the operating table. But as soon as I cut her open, I stopped thinking of her as Halcyon Helen. It's almost as if she stopped being an icon and became a human being.
I guess that makes sense in kind of a twisted way.
I had a feeling you'd understand.
I noticed you had patient logs on your terminal.
I do keep logs of every patient I treat. Despite appearances, I'm not merely a coroner. I'm also the Grand Colonial's only, and therefore greatest, doctor.
Huh. Is that allowed?
I don't see the conflict of interest. As the hotel's doctor, I attend to the health of my patients when they're alive. As the coroner, I attend to my patients when they're dead. If I do my job as a doctor, I rarely have to call upon my skills as a coroner. And if a patient dies under my treatment, my coroner's report practically writes itself.
I mean, sure. This job ends up killing me. Please, just throw me off the edge.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to harvest your precious organs. Salvaging is more Sublight's purview. I'm with Slug. We're different. We're professionals. What I'm about to tell you, do me a favor and keep this between us.
You're with Slug, huh? Aha! Lie, dexterity, cross your fingers behind your back. Inspector's honor. Okay. She's with Slug, and she does have a fairly small build. I wonder if she's the one who killed Dr. Blossom.
That's what I like to hear. I'd much rather work for Slug than Rizzo's. Rizzo's makes a great show about the happiness of its workers, but I think it's all rather artificial. I'm paid well. I work hard. I'm given respect and a reasonable degree of freedom. Cedric Kincannon runs a tight ship. Most of us enjoy working for Slug.
I'll bear that in mind, thank you.
Will there be anything else?
I guess not.
Inspector.
Okay. Speak with Spencer. He claimed of a stomach ailment, raising the possibility that whoever poisons Helen also poisoned him. We actually did find evidence of that both in the kitchen and in his room. We found that a bottle, which I believe was somewhere around here. Well, a bottle in one of these rooms, at any rate, had been filled with some sort of laxative. And then a bottle in Spencer's room we analyzed had also been filled with some Terra Ray bits, apparently, that were supposed to have a laxative effect. So
Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me.
Maybe we could wring some information out of Woolrich. Since it seems fairly clear that he also fell victim to the same sort of tomfoolery.
Please, can't you see my heart is bursting at the seams? I absolutely must go out. A quote from the Sisty Cutlet. I voiced a Sisty pig, aware that it was going to be slaughtered. Ask me anything at all. I might even...
I hear you were poisoned.
Indeed. The agonizing bowel pain was most undignifying. While I've certainly had no shortage of inadequate hotel meals, this was most explicitly pronounced. I suspect poison. And who would be most likely to poison me but Chef Anwar? Oh, we've clashed almost non-stop about his slop preparation. He must have tainted my meal in retaliation.
According to the coroner, Helen was also poisoned.
How alarming! Whoever targeted her was certainly targeting me. I can only thank my ironclad constitution that I'm standing here before you.
This guy, Helen wasn't killed by the poison.
Oh, that's very good to know. Perhaps the poisoner simply meant to incapacitate us both, disrupt the product launch. I couldn't say, Inspector. I'm merely an actor.
Can you think of anyone other than the chef who would want to harm you? I can. The note that we stole from the chef suggested that there was somebody else involved.
None that I can think of. I treat all hotel staff equally, and with the minimum level of respect that they deserve.
Charming. Why didn't you go to the clinic for your stomach pain?
Is that a jibe? Could you imagine the tabloid headlines? Spencer Woolrich, Aetherwave star, spotted in gastronomic distress. Oh, unseemly hardly describes the half of it.
Oh, self-conscious, are we? All right.
Very well, then. Oh, must I relive that ghastly event again? But I suppose... Very well, then.
I think that's it. We then analyzed this bottle, and we found that it contained Terra-Ray fluids. And a similar bottle downstairs in the kitchen contained something similar. Now, as I was, shall we say, procuring additional evidence, I came across a note from Anwar, which was... Okay, this is the note from Woolrich. Office key card. Unit, watercolor painting, filing room key. Wait a minute, we did get a note. Chef Anwar. Oh, here, this is it. Chef Anwar's self-encouragement note. It was on a... I thought it would be on paper, but it's on a recording device. That lackey of his, Bellhop Owens, has always wanted your job. There have been no mistakes from your end. Perhaps he's sabotaging you when he brings your meals to Spencer's room. That bastard is on an ingredient run to the reserve. Yeah, okay, it was Bellhop Owens. So, Bellhop Owens is now a person of significant interest in this case. It seems like he had some sort of tiff with the chef.
To the lobby we go!
So we are going to have to track him down and wring some answers out of him, it seems. Therefore, speak with Bellhop Owens. Now, where would we go about? Chef Anwar.
Hello again. You have a look that screams, I have...
Did you prepare all of Helen's meals?
Of course I did. I would never allow anyone else to touch the meals of so important a guest.
You're sure no one else was involved?
Well, yes, I'm positive. Why?
If Helen was poisoned and no one else touched her meal, you poisoned her, right?
Oh my law, this is the end, isn't it? My mother always warned me that the culinary world was too dangerous, but I didn't heed her warnings. Spencer Woolrich and Bellhop Owens were underfoot in the kitchen as I was preparing Helen's meal. Either one of them could have tampered with the food when I was fetching ingredients.
Well, Woolrich wouldn't have poisoned himself. And I'm fairly certain we can eliminate him because he was given the same poison that Bellamy was. So he clearly didn't know about it. He wasn't in on it. How are you being so evasive about leaving Helen's food unattended?
Well, it's a breach of professionalism, of course. Why else would I worry about it?
You know, if you tell me the truth, I might be more inclined to believe the rest of what you say.
Well, I suppose that's as good a point as any I've heard. I may have taken some time to engage in a teensy bit of recreational drinking, and consequently, I may have been somewhat less than coherent after preparing Helen's meal.
Yeah, okay. That's still a piss-poor alibi.
I understand your reluctance, but... Oh, I just remembered. The kitchen security camera. It'll prove I'm telling the truth about everything. Constable Keene has access to the security footage in her office at the spaceport. If you visit her, you can figure out what truly happened with Helen's meal.
Any idea where I could find Owens?
Yes, but not specifically. Owens often procures exotic ingredients from the creatures at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Our guests can be rather... particular. Let's not talk about the incident with the Raptidon pheromone glands. It's always hard to say when Owens might be back. If I were you, I'd make a trek to the reserve myself. Otherwise, who knows how long you'll have to wait.
Hey, look, man, you brought up Raptidon pheromone glands, not me. What was Woolrich doing around the kitchen? I have a feeling I already know the answer. He was probably pestering the poor chef.
Mr. Woolrich often finds the hotel's meals wanting. He seems to enjoy complaining in person. While I could appreciate someone with a discerning palate for once, I believe that Mr. Woolrich simply enjoys the attention he gets from us. Though don't tell him I said as much. If you wish to speak with him, Mr. Woolrich can most likely be found in his suite on the VIP guest floor. He's usually there if he's not poking around here.
All right. Guess we'll see if you're telling the truth.
Thank you for your understanding, Inspector. I'm sure you'll find the true culprit before long.
Well, one way or the other, I am not convinced that the true culprit is this moron. Bellhop Owens, on the other hand, had many opportunities, and he had a motive to poison Woolrich, it seems, although he did not have a motive to poison Helen, so my guess is poisoning Helen was done by mistake. He was probably going for Woolrich. And the drink that he inoculated accidentally ended up being sent to or in some way otherwise consumed by Helen. Tech skills in engineering, huh? I should probably hang on to these. Well, I'm not suspecting him, but my reasons for not suspecting him are, I think, a little bit more reasonable than just, oh, he has a fancy hat. Guys. And you call yourselves detectives? Come on, chat. Ah, mag to melt. Excellent. That's what I've been looking for. Well, I guess I'll have to find a workbench to apply it, but... Okay, so we need to go to... We need to speak with Bellhop Owens. We won't be able to... Or maybe we will. Can we get to the spaceport, I wonder? Yeah, Medic, I know the gameplay isn't for everybody, but this is a game that really lives or dies by its story. And the story and the characters and the setting and pretty much all of the other details that are related to those things are pretty good. They're really very engaging.
I hope the murderer is caught soon. This lockdown is truly hampering my schedule for the week.
Did I hear something?
What?
I just want to be your friend!
Did we win?
These guys are getting more and more common. I am increasingly worried that these parasites are spreading.
Hope I didn't get blood on my clothes.
Alright, well... First things first, back to the unreliable. The writing certainly is on Dead Medic, yes. Your PS4 became a paperweight and you kind of forgot about it? Well, Medic, there are a lot of good games on the PS4. It would be well worth your time playing some of them if you have time to spare. Okay. I think it's modify, actually. So I want... modify this with mag to melt. Okay. All right, Tinker. Okay. What am I doing wasting money on that? Honestly, I might have to just replace the flamethrower rather than spend ridiculous amounts of money trying to upgrade it. This... Okay, that's maxed out now. The gloop gun is maxed out. Okay, actually, I guess that's all we can really do. Ah, very good, Anonmaru. Well, please keep me updated and let me know how you like it. I do hope you enjoy. Alright, it looks as though... should put those in.
You might want to consider changing your clothes more often.
Thanks, Ada. Jerk. Honestly, I'm not even sure I need the stealth skills or lockpick. Alright then, let's see if we can finally go check out the spaceport. Yeah, Anonmaru, sencha is the quintessential green tea that people drink in Japan. You'll get served sencha if you go to any Japanese restaurant, be it a sushi restaurant or just a regular restaurant that serves stuff that's not sushi. I don't know if there's a word for that. Pop Owens... or the constabulary. Actually, I don't think it would really save me all that much time to fast travel. What the?
Dump the body. Did I? Quiet, Cap.
Why the hell? What? Why am I hearing the laughter of those crazy parasite-infected guys?
Inspector? I'm pretty happy working for Slug. Mr. Kincannon treats us with respect.
Hang on a minute. No, okay. Well then, what? Where was I hearing those crazy voices from? Oh!
Here we go!
Don't mess with us! Nice hit!
Oh, they killed the sublight guards. That's what was going on. Yeah, okay. I see. This guy was covered in parasites. Yeah, and on Maru, rice cookers are one of the most convenient ways to make rice. Even I use one. In fact, when I started eating a lot of curry, and I realized how cost-effective rice was as a regular staple food, I got one of the really nice Zojirushi rice cookers.
Inspector, glad you're back. Thank you for being so patient with slug activity. I hope you'll forgive the delay. Welcome to the Piraeus spaceport.
Oh, good. We cannot contact him. Player, nothing happens. Nice. Well, gee, I sure wonder what it was they were trying to cover up. These guys have been acting the most suspicious all the time. Oh, and some of these weapons we're picking up off of these guys have mods pre-installed on them. So that's why I found that assault rifle that had mag to melt. Undead Medic, I did rice on the stove for a long time. The results that I get with a rice cooker are still more consistent, better. It's easier, it's a lot more convenient. Personally, I don't think I would go back.
Captain, up ahead. Get ready for trouble.
Hey, you! We've been looking for you, and by we, I mean Slug. Been real busy sniffing around Eridanos for clues, haven't you, Inspector? See, Sluglight Underground don't like that much.
He's trying so hard. It's actually kind of sad.
Should have kept your nose where it belonged, Inspector. Slug's sick of all your meddling in their affairs. Our affairs, I mean. We're... Draw, you damn breadworm, draw!
I'm an inspector, fella. Oh, okay, so this is a farce.
You want to say that again, pal?
Wow. Slug asked me to investigate, and now it wants me dead? Man, I don't have anything that these guys wanted.
Quick, everyone! Get them!
Here they come.
Okay. I guess I'm going to put on some different clothes. Okay, so we needed 105 lie. Oh, God. We need either that or a lot of intimidate. Dialogue skills. Leadership skills and persuade. Intimidate. Well, do we have any drugs we could use? Body attributes. Mind attributes. Lie, intimidate. Personality attributes, maybe. Okay. I keep forgetting I was putting them in the, stupid inhaler. Sneak, hack, lockpick, medical, science and engineering. Okay, this is clearly going to require a somewhat more careful evaluation of my approach. And I'm realizing, actually, that rather than do that, I think what I need to do instead is get some rest, because we've been at this for almost exactly 8 hours. That is quite the uptime. Yeah, Regita, I never get good results with rice on the stove. I think my stove just isn't consistent enough. It's an old electric stove, and it's not really right for it. What we're going to do, guys, now is I think we're going to go raid my buddy Major Monotone, who is doing a stream on... What is he doing? Is this another one of his science streams? It looks like it is, yes. Fish Keeping 101. So, if you guys don't know my buddy Monotone, please stick around. He's just an unbelievably great guy, and he will be overjoyed to have us come join him. So please come join me for the raid, and I will catch all of you next time. Take care, everyone.